drivers not here tonight in this 360 sprint car division. Nick Sheridan, broken engine. Jim Hoopin, he's taking the year off. He's going to help Tyler Powless out. DJ Christie blew his motor last week in practice, and Mikey Krutchka actually posted today saying he wouldn't be here. He got the motor a little bit later than he would have liked. Didn't want to risk it here tonight, so Mikey Krutchka also not in attendance. But someone we've got back full-time this year, and everyone's going to take notice, Dylan Westbrook has decided to race closer to home more often. He'll be here full-time in that 47X.
What a prize that is for us. Problems on the 7 machine. Down the back straightaway, puffs of smoke coming out the exhaust of the 7. Smoke coming out of the Ryan Turner 15 as well. That's Eric Gledhill, just moved up in the Oakwood Transportation number 7. So hopefully they didn't hurt the power plant in that race car. And I'll tell you, Doug Leonard, these are times we're so thankful that we have Doug Leonard. Don't let him hear that I said that. But 150 cars to get through in a program is a tall order. And really, we've run them mostly through practice already. A couple of sessions of 360 sprints left to go. And then, as they say, Greg, we are off to the races.
And we should mention the UMP versus Canadian Modified Challenge is happening here tonight. Ken Schrader's in the house. And so 5 divisions competing here this evening. So the UMP Canadian Modified Challenge on top of our 360 sprints, the crate sprints, the Thunderstocks, and the mini stocks. So lots of racing to get through here tonight, and that gives us the 150 cars.
It's by Carmen's group, Greg. Quite often, the hot lap sessions don't make it into the program because they're all said and done before we get started. But as you said, 150 cars to get through hot lap sessions.
Carmen's is where we celebrate our banquet every year in Hamilton.
It's where you and I wolf down dinner and then get up and talk. But I think we have a new plan for this year.
We're not going?
Yes, we've got the night off.
It worked flawlessly this year because Clint started the show off this year. You and I actually got to have dessert. That was the first I think I've ever had dessert. It was fantastic. It was like a s'more in a jar.
Oh, it was good. How about that look on Travis Cunningham, that number 90? It's just a plain black car, silver wing. I don't know why I like it as much as I do, but I just get a kick out of it.
Yeah, it's got that old school feel to it. Travis Cunningham goes by the line. Kyle Phillips with us here tonight, along with Kevin Pauls. Alan Downey, one of those drivers making the move up, as well as the 12 Double D of Darren Dryden. Eric Gledhill will join the ranks of the 360s as well this year.
We have as healthy a lineup of rookie drivers as you will ever see.
And 2 others making the jump up, Lucas Smith and Mike Bowman also will be in the 360. So plenty of new faces. But when you consider drivers like Nick Sheridan, DJ Christie, Jim Hoopin, and Mike Krutchka aren't here, you'd think, well, we're going to have a low car count. Well, no, you've got some new faces now filling in and coming up the ranks, and that just further goes to prove how successful the crate division has been for the 360s. Not just the crates themselves have been successful, but it has really helped strengthen the 360 division here north of the border.
You're absolutely right, Greg.
And that's the only time I'll hear that all season, right?
I might throw you a bone now and then. It's no fun beating you down if you're not up in full strength. Dave McKnight Jr. in the 70, John Burbridge Jr. in the 21. The 77T is Tyler Powless. There's Mike Bowman in the Dynablast 71, a great-looking car there. The J&E Recovery 88H, Josh Hansen. He took a win last season. Wins were hard to come by in the 360 sprint division. Only a few winners last year. Holly Porter in the Ohsweken Speedway number 1. Lucas Smith, good-looking Connell's Construction 49L. And then Are we going to have a loony jar, Greg?
Yeah, that's not Mac to Man, all right? I'll just make it clear now. That is Corey Turner now in the Nathan Ackland Racing 17X, but bear with us. I'm digging the Holly Porter purple paint scheme. That looks sharp.
I agree.
And not to take away anything from the crate drivers that have moved up to the 360s, because they're all very talented, but probably the one I'm most excited to watch is Lucas Smith, because we know what he was like in the crate sprints. If there was one driver that would just make moves that would make you shake your head and wonder why, it was him, and he pulls them off. That's the exciting part.
You know, what makes it more exciting to me, Greg, is knowing that at any moment his season could end. Like, he cannot afford a catastrophic mistake, a bad wreck, a blown motor. It's inconvenient for all the teams, and we don't wish it on anybody, but for Lucas Smith, his first bout of bad luck will be the end of his season.
Yeah.
So, and last year was the same way. They got through the season. They got from one week to the next on the prize money they won the week before, and it guided them all the way to a championship.
And yet, as you say that, if I think back to the championship race last year, he just had to kind of take it easy, just a little bit. And he made moves that no one else was making that he didn't have to make to go on to win the championship. So Lucas Smith, I don't think he has a slow button at all. He just goes fast all the time. As we get ready for our first heat racing action of the night, it'll be the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks.
V&R Recycling sponsors the heat races, and here is how they are supposed to be lined up, folks. In the 114, it's Kyle Rothwell out of Welland from St. Catharines. The 2 easy is Vincent Pagnotta. Tristan De Silva is in the 01 from Waterdown. Rick Van Cleef in the 52 from Vineland. Paul Longboat in the 188 from Ohsweken. The 14L is John Lubeck from Port Colborne. Braden Cuse from Beamsville in the 7B. Dusty DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23. Steve Conway in the 88 out of Leamington. The 9K is Kylie Dixon from Brantford. Tim DeBoer in the 9 from York. And scheduled to roll out last was Mike Giberson in the 11.
Yeah, we're missing a few. The back 3 cars, I wonder if they've split this up into 4 heats now, and it hasn't updated, but the back 3 cars not out there as they go 3 wide already down the back stretch. Well, I think we've lost that. This is perfect. Adam's mic is gone. Wow.
Am I back? Am I
he's
here?
Back. He's back. Sorry, folks.
It's a miracle.
Whatever you did, Spencer, do it again.
I got in trouble last Tuesday night. 2 Tuesdays ago, Clinton Jeffrey and I, of course, host Rivals Race Chat every Tuesday on GeForce TV. And I had to open the show because Clint was having some technical issues on his end. So I could still see him, Greg, on my screen on webcam, and I was kind of doing a little bit of play-by-play of his frustration. He got pretty mad. Which rightfully, you're not supposed to talk about technical problems, but it's me. It's unprofessional to do that. But I argue I have never been a professional, as our head technical guru just smacked the monitor. Listen, you can't make this up. And did it work? Oh, it would have been awesome if it did.
I can attest to Clinton's pain because the first night you came back full time, I was having some sort of technical difficulty with cords or whatever, and you were giving color commentary of my meltdown that was happening in the tower. And it doesn't make the situation better, I'll just say that.
Gives me something. Listen, let me tell you a little something about Adam Ross commentating. You don't get 80%. You get 100%. Even when you don't even want 10%, you get 100% of what I bring to the table. I've tried to improve. I've tried to change. It doesn't work. I just wind up going back to who I am.
It is what it is.
In fairness, when I came back, you were still doing like 5 jobs. I think you were doing lineups and website and Facebook. You were serving soft serve ice cream out of the truck behind the grandstands and trying to announce at the same time.
I wasn't serving ice cream.
No, but you're consuming it.
The guys were down here in turn number 3 and 4. Quite a bit of issues down here. This nose on this car is shortened up quite a bit, as you can see. But he's all right down here, but they are going to do some work in the front of this car, guys.
Yeah, Rick Van Cleef in that 52 machine. Things have not started well. Yeah, we talk about technical. Did you have all sorts of static in your ears until Spencer walked away?
It's a steel plate in his head.
No, did you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so did I. Okay, good. Wanted to make sure we're on the same page. So Van Cleef getting hooked up behind the tow truck. Some great shots down there in turns 3 and 4. Mike Morris has been out selling for the Speedway, Greg. So we've got all sorts of new partners. So if you want to sponsor the towing crew, I don't think he has sold that yet, but he has sold everything else. Doing a great job for us, bringing in some new partners, introducing new people to the sport.
Hey, with the Canadian Modifieds here from down the Brighton way, we've got some folks watching down from the east. Peacemaker says hello from Prince Edward County. He's glad to have us back in the booth. Prince Edward County, my old stomping grounds.
Boy, including us, that's the first person who has said he's glad to have us back in the booth, Greg. So thank you.
And can we confirm Schrader is here? Yes, he is. Kenny Schrader here to compete in his UMP Modified.
And lots of modifieds. We've got more than 20 modifieds here. If you missed the opening, folks, we have 150 cars in the pits, and we are just getting started. The green flag flies once again. Kyle Rothwell leads them through 1 and 2.
Here comes Dusty DeBoer right up through the middle. He's trying to split there between Tristan De Silva and John Lubeck on the outside. As they work it off the corner, it's going to be Kyle Rothwell, your leader at the line. Here comes Lubeck with a head of steam.
Lubeck charging up the outside in that 14L. Swings to the high side of Pagnotta. DeBoer going to try to follow through. Tristan De Silva in the 0-1.
Whoa.
Does a great job with social media. Tristan's dad, Mark De Silva, if you've got him on Facebook, you'll always get updates of what they're up to and what they're doing and thanking their sponsors. So let's show some love to Let's Landscape Together, Leggett, and Jibs Action Sports, the sponsor on Tristan De Silva's 0-1.
John Lubeck's got that 14 working well on the outside line. He's tracked down Rothwell, which isn't an easy task. That machine's always quick no matter where he runs.
Always quick. He's running the bottom of the racetrack. Lubeck up a little bit higher, keeping the RPMs up in that 14L. And remember, this track was basically rebuilt over the offseason. A completely different look. Really, it's completely different banking this year, so drivers are going to have to figure out what works best for their race cars, Greg.
White flag is out, door to door for the lead. Rothwell on the bottom, Lubeck on the outside as they roll it through corner number 2. Dusty DeBoer trying to track them down. De Silva's running back there in the 4th spot. Final time through 3 and 4.
One last chance for Lubeck as Rothwell gets a little squirrely between 3 and 4. I don't think it'll be enough. No, Rothwell takes the win. Lubeck second, then it's DeBoer, De Silva, Pagnotta, Stephen Conway in the 88, and Paul Longboat in the 188.
So heat number 2 ready to come out onto the Speedway. Again, the heat sponsors for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks is V&R Recycling. V&R Recycling is a family-owned and operated business now with 2 locations to better serve you, one in West Lincoln and one in Font Hill. They provide competitive pricing for all ferrous and non-ferrous metals, as well as catalytic converters. They are a large, they have a large fleet of trucking, demolition, and on-site cleanup, with bins of various sizes available for scrap and garbage removal. V&R also carries an extensive inventory of hoses, fittings, adapters, and fluids for all your hydraulic needs. please contact their friendly staff for more info. That's V&R Recycling.
You said a mouthful, Greg. Heat race number 2 rolls out on the pole from Paris. The 79 is Steve Miller. Alongside him from Guelph, the 1 is Jason Tolton. The 34 is Randy Alway from St. Anne's. The 21H is Ryan Hiller from New Hamburg. From Smithville, the 6X is Mike Sarantakos. From Ohsweken, the 33 is Mark Martin. Out of Waterford, the 4 is Wade Thorne. Alongside him from Burlington, the 76 is Sean Taylor. The 11E is from Linden, that's Jeff Elslager. From Beamsville comes the 27 of Nico Hansen, and rounding out the field from Smithville, the 20J is Nathan Joyner. Problems for the Wade Thorne number 4. That car comes up lame, rolls down to the infield. But the green flag still flies from Dave Hunsinger.
Hiller right on the back bumper. Tolton pushes him down into corner number 1 and then dives down to the inside. Made it 4 wide for a moment. He'll try to scoot through the middle. He'll grab the lead now down the back stretch.
Hiller out in front in that 21. There is some serious yellow out there.
Hiller and Alway, 1 and 2. Tolton back to the 3rd spot. Sarantakos rides in position number 4 with 1 on the board.
Hiller goes up the racetrack, opens the door for Alway in the 34. You go up that high, he's always going to make that move.
Ba-dum-bum. Alway leads the way over Hiller. Sarantakos has got some heat behind him with Tolton and Elslager right behind him. Now here comes Hiller down to the inside of Alway as they'll go down the back stretch. And that outside line in corner number 2 really seems less treacherous than it was last year from all that work you talked about, Adam.
Well, the fast line through 1 and 2 ended right at the concrete wall. And I mean, you had to flirt with disaster lap after lap. Liam Martin was just breathtaking to watch him run that line. Look at Alway pulling away in the 34. We got a 3-way battle for second between Hiller in the 21, Sarantakos in the 6X, and Elslager in the 11.
2 laps left to go for Alway over Hiller, Sarantakos, and Elslager. As we see the battle there closing up for the 2nd spot, Sarantakos has caught Hiller. Top 4 cars are broken away from Nico Hansen.
Yeah, Nico started deep in the field, so nice job for him to get up into the top 5. But with just 1 lap to go, I don't think he'll get any farther than 5th. Always still out in front, but traffic is going to play a part. Sean Taylor in the 76 directly in front of the leaders.
Alway dives low. Hiller, oh, I thought he was going to try and pinch it up between the wall, and he's going to get a good run down the hill into corners 3 and 4. Door to door off the corner. Who's it going to be?
Hiller leading the way off of 4. Almost a dead heat at the stripe, but who was it? The number 20 is on the board as winning that race, but I think we can discount him. Ryan Hiller by 4 1/1000ths of a second at the timing and scoring line. So Hiller would be declared the winner. Always second. Mike Sarantakos 3rd. Jeff Elslager 4th, and Nico Hansen rounds out the top 5.
V&R Recycling Heat Race number 3 ready to roll on to the racetrack. 3 heats in total here tonight.
On the pole from Port Colborne, the 09 is Clinton Barrick. Alongside him from Brantford, the 64 is Nick Erskine. Starting in 3rd, scheduled to be 3rd, but had some issues in hot laps earlier, is the 84 of Jeremy Barton from Oakville. 4th from Brantford, the 1A is Ashton Dickey. From Caledonia, the 265 is Mike Evers. From Ohsweken, the junior 188 is Delaney Longboat. Mason Anderson drives the 4A from St. Catharines. And then out of Stratford, it's the 54 of Christopher French. The 16 is Fabio Oliveri from Ancaster. And the 96 out of Thorold is Tyler LaFantasy. I don't see LaFantasy out there either, Greg.
Cover to the green flag. Final qualifying heat for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Erskine. And I think Nick Erskine this year is going to be one of those contenders that he moves to the upper echelon. And last year he was right there, finished well in the points, but I think this could be the year where he breaks out.
I absolutely agree. Second place run at Merrittville, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? But he's had some good runs already this year. Whoa, trouble down the front stretch. Hang on to her.
Ashton Dickey gathers it back up. Meanwhile, out in front, it's all Nick Erskine over Clinton Barrick. Mike Evers there in that third spot.
I think that counts as our Mighty Wipes moment of the night contender so far. Problems for French in the 54 as he limps her off at turn number 2. We'll see if he can get that car to safety. He's got to get a little bit farther and make a hard left, and he is not going to.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Not going to do it. You got to be old to know.
Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey is President George Bush. No, not that George Bush.
The original.
1,000 points of light. Not going to do it. Oh, it's been a long off season, Greg. I'm glad we spent so much time hanging out and working on our chemistry together.
It's the first time we've talked in person since November. It's been fantastic.
It's a good system we have.
It really is.
Oh, no, for real, we're going to get together. I still owe you dinner. Yeah, I know you do.
It's exactly why we didn't get together.
You should. I'm on a diet now.
Yeah, I saw your diet tonight.
I know. I went a little aggressive on that salad.
There was salad under there somewhere. Half a lamb and a chicken.
Is that what that was?
Isn't that what shawarma is? I don't know.
Don't know. It's
I have no
delicious. Much like hot dogs, I don't ask. We have a don't ask, don't tell relationship.
Man, look at that backstretch shot on the camera as they go by next time. It is so wide, and these drivers have so many options to make moves.
And with 150 cars out here tonight, they're going to widen the track out. That was one of the comments last week in practice. Track stayed fairly narrow. Well, you're going to need options tonight because people are going to be pushing it, trying to make moves, trying to make passes. Fabio Oliveri, I mean, he's got to go somewhere out here, so he's probably going to lean on the cushion going into the corner. He'll try to carve the car down while Nick Erskine runs up towards the wall, but Erskine's holding a pretty wheel.
And Fabio digging it deep there in corner 2, just sending it hard into the corner as he's all over the back bumper of Erskine. They come off of corner number 4, 2 laps left to go for Erskine. And it's the man in black, we'll call him that this year maybe. Fabio Oliveri right there. He's another guy that every year you think could be in the title hunt. And he's showing some strength here already here tonight.
Showed a lot of speed last year and the capability to win some races. Side by side through turn number 4, they race to the white flag. Erskine maintains the spot and then closes the door a little bit.
Fabio just trying to keep the rear end of that car hooked up, and he's all sorts of sideways through the corner, whereas Nick Erskine's been able to keep it straight and steady off the corners. That's kept the advantage in his court as they come to the checkered flag.
Oliveri carves it down the banking, trying to make that move. Won't be enough. Nick Erskine takes the win over Oliveri, Clinton Barrick, Mike Evers, Mason Anderson, Ashton Dickey, and Delaney Longboat. And how about Mike Evers in that 265 making it all the way to the end of a race? Clinton Jeffrey is down on the wall on the inside of turn number 3. Clinton, what's going on?
Hey guys, not sure if you can hear me, but kind of quiet in my ears, but as long as you can hear me, that's good. This is our first Case IH track report of the year. As you can see right here, if Jack just pans to the right, we're going to bring in the Case IH tractor and do some work here on the wall as it got punched out. But the track was the story, Adam. It's very smooth down here, as you mentioned. It's going to continue to get better as we move up the speedway here. But not much of a curb yet. Still lots of good workable clay here. The track crew's done an amazing job. As we talked about how much work went into it in the past few weeks, last Wednesday, I would not have bet we were here to practice, but they've done an amazing job, and we have a great track here to go tonight. Clint,
Is that a new fire suit you're wearing? That's a good look for you down there.
This is my new Epic racewear fire suit. I had it before, but I got it. It still fit into it, thank goodness. But want to thank Epic for all the great job they've done outfitting our crew and our new apparel supporters, Epic Racewear.
Keep up the good work, Clinton. Concrete. And we could hear you. Like you said, just a little bit quiet, but we could hear you well enough as the tractor puts that concrete block back into place.
A couple other things I want to mention too, Adam. You were looking for LaFontaine. I talked to the defending mini stock champion. He said that he's going to concentrate on Thunderstock here this year, so we'll see him coming out in another car in a little bit. But that's the story. The other big story is his teammate Kyle Rothwell, the guy to beat in the mini stocks in Niagara, has committed to Ohsweken for the year. Definitely a good one to add to our mini stock roster, guys.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be tough to take those checkered flags. I was saying earlier on, I did some homework. It's not like me at all, Greg, but in the mini stocks, Tyler LaFantasy took 6 wins last year. Rodney Rutherford came in to take 2, and then 1 apiece for Fabio Oliveri, Eric York, Jeremy Hughes, and Tristan De Silva. That's not really sharing the love when you think about how many cars we have show up on a given night.
I'm impressed with that list you put together.
Did a little bit of homework,
6 wins for Tyler.
Now, unofficially, what surprises me is in crate sprints, only 2 drivers, active drivers in the crates, have more than 2 victories. And that'll be McDeman and Jesse Costa.
Didn't Adam used to say he hated stats?
Yeah.
Every time I gave one.
Not a big fan.
And look at him go. I'm sorry.
You haven't given me much to work with.
I don't mean to rain on your parade.
You're not eating ice cream. Like you're not. It'll come.
I want to know, the one stat I need to know is, how'd you make it on the weight loss? What was the final weigh-in, and how many bananas am I supposed to eat this year to pay off that debt? That's what I need to know.
Final weigh-in has not happened yet, but I can tell you both Dave and I are down dozens of pounds each.
So the deal was 1 banana I would eat for every pound you lost, right? So are we looking at 3, 10, 50, 100?
You're looking at probably more than 3 dozen bananas, buddy.
Whew. Well, good on you. If it means I have to choke on bananas to make you healthier, we'll do it.
I don't know that you ever uttered a sentence that made me that happy.
We're back, people. We are back. How about the car count, though, guys? 150 cars here. When they were still coming down the line, I was thinking, man, how are we going to get them all in there? But we made it.
So, Greg, you and I sit up in the tower, and we kill the time, and sometimes we have Clinton to go to. Last week, the NASCAR Pinty Series kicked off, so I'm trackside to do driver introductions. Clinton has to quarterback the stream, so he's up in the tower. Little did he know, between driver introductions and the anthems and start your engines, there was a 15-minute gap. And I don't come upstairs. I stay down trackside to do my job. So he had to kill 15 minutes sitting up there. And I'd actually given him some stats to go through, but even the consummate professional that Clinton Jeffrey is, you could tell he was just about out of things to talk about.
You've done that to me before at a Pinty's race or two, I think.
Not always on purpose.
Let's describe your job while you're down trackside, killing time for 15 minutes. Usually it's leaning up against a wall talking to someone.
I used to talk. Before we had the stream, I would be down there doing the talking and telling stories. And now you've got a stream, so you've got someone up in the booth who's there to do that. I'm a sidekick at best.
Heavy on the kick. UMP Modifieds versus the Canadian Modifieds. Lined up on the high side of corner number 4 as they are still trying to get this block in. It's delicate dental work right here is what it is.
It's kind of like the tent that you bought and you want to use the bag that it came in.
Yeah, good luck.
And when you try to fold it back, like I know what came out of there, but it won't go back in. That block is not going back in. I think the best thing that they could do is angle those 2 blocks so there's no butt edge.
Whose toe is it going to fall on?
When I nod my head, you hit it. That's a Bob Ross classic right there.
We're happy with that. It looks like when you let your wisdom teeth grow in.
That's sort of the same. It's like taking the stickers off a Rubik's Cube because you can't figure it out and just putting them all on the
Close
right
enough.
spots. Nailed it. How about this for a front row? Youngsville, Pennsylvania, and Fenton, Missouri. The 27 Rex of Steve Rex is on the pole. Alongside him from Fenton, Missouri, the 9 is Ken Schrader. Jim Dale Jr. is from Blenheim, Ontario in the 00. Alongside him from Pontypool, the 09 is Dan Price. Starting 5th from Napanee, the 32 is Doug O'Blennis. Starting 6th from Wallaceburg, the 28K is Tate O'Leary. And starting in 7th, the 28, also from Wallaceburg, is Caleb O'Leary.
White flag out. We'll get back to racing here with the first of 3 heats for the UMP Modifieds versus the Canadian Modifieds. And that Caleb O'Leary machine is going to pull, I thought he was going to pull into the infield there. He had problems during hot laps, and yes, he'll pull it in just inside of corner 1 there. So we should still be able to come to the green flag.
Doug Leonard giving the final instructions of these UMP modified drivers as the green flag flies on this special event here on opening night 2023.
And already Ken Schrader out in front as they head down the backstretch. Steve Rex in that second spot. Jim Dale Jr. working the bottom side as they come down to complete lap number 1.
Doug O'Blennis hanging on to the 4th position. He is falling back just a little bit. Doesn't look like anyone in this bunch has much for Ken Schrader, but Greg, this is a heavy racetrack. It's really early in the night, so whoever gets out in front should be able to get up on the cushion and really lean on the throttle.
Doug O'Blennis, nice run up of that 4th position in the Castle Rock Crane number 32. Driver out of Napanee, one of the Brighton Speedway regulars.
Schrader almost a full straightaway ahead of Rex right now. That's a tough name for a race car driver, Rex.
Steve Rex. Halfway home here in heat race number 1. Ken Schrader checking out on Steve Rex over Jim Dale Jr. Then it's Doug O'Blennis and Tate O'Leary right on his back bumper.
Good battle there between O'Blennis and Tate O'Leary as O'Leary slides up to the high side in turn number 2, looking for racing room as they charge into 3. O'Blennis kind of running the middle of the racetrack, not really on the bottom, not really on the outside, but running a smooth line. And O'Leary, man, oh man, that's close quarters action as O'Leary slings it to the outside again.
2 to go for Kenny Schrader as we watch this battle between O'Blennis and O'Leary back there for the 4th and 5th spots. The Cowboy, Dan Price, right behind them in the 09 machine.
O'Leary finally gets the best of Doug O'Blennis and takes that position as Ken Schrader drives under the white flag. He leads by more than a full straightaway over Steve Rex and Jim Dale Jr. as he charges down the backstretch one final time.
O'Leary has finally cleared Doug O'Blennis as off of corner number 4, Ken Schrader will see the checkered flag and pick up the heat race win. Steve Rex still rolling through 3 and 4. He'll grab the 2nd spot over Jim Dale Jr. And then this battle we've been watching between Tate O'Leary and O'Leary getting the spot over Doug O'Blennis. 6th will go to the Cowboy, Dan Price.
I dare say, look at this racetrack right now. If we can get a good look at turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 from a bit of a distance, look at all that dark clay out there. That is uncharted waters we're looking at. I think once the sprint cars roll out here, Greg, that's going to be gone. They're going to use all of that racetrack. I got a note from Daryl Turford. He thinks Dylan Westbrook in practice might have eclipsed the track record. Of course, the track record can't be set in hot laps, but that shows how darn fast this racetrack is running.
There's Caleb O'Leary getting pushed over the pit area to get ready for heat race number 2, where Mike Freeman will be on the pole. He's from Trenton.
Patrick Lajeunesse out of Essex in the 98 will start in second. Mario Toniolo from South Woodsley in the 14 machine lines up third. Dylan Boyle in the 50. He's from Norwood. He'll start in the fourth spot. Going off fifth, Wally Alderdice from Brighton in car number 5. And Corey Halbert in the 41. He's from Oshawa.
Man, you were slick enough to notice that Joe Brasso didn't make it. He's in my lineup.
I'm just going by.
Oh, it's not in your lineup?
No.
Oh, cool. I thought, man, he's quick on his feet.
You should know better.
I should. Bit of a ragged start there as they work down into turn number 1. We'll see if Doug likes the looks of that or if he calls it back.
Lajeunesse out in front over Toniolo as they work off a corner number 4. Freeman back to the third position, falling into the clutches of the 5 of Alderdice and Dylan Boyle in the 50.
One thing I'll say about these modifieds, for many years they used to come up here, Greg, and we were guaranteed a couple of yellow flags every session, whether it was practice, heat races, consies, or the feature. They have really sorted these race cars out. They show up. It's a talented bunch out there with good working race cars, and they put on a heck of a show.
Yeah, they made their way here last year as well, put on a great show. One of the best races all year was watching Ken Schrader and Glenn Stiers go at it, and come feature time, these cars really have to pedal with those smaller tires, and it really is a driver's deal here. It's not always about the horsepower, these UMP Canadian modifieds.
Especially come feature time when a lot of the moisture is worked out of the racetrack. These drivers really have to work on throttle control and making the car handle well. As Lajeunesse has opened up about a 10-car length advantage over Toniolo in the 14.
Mike Freeman's gained ground now on Toniolo there, challenging the inside of the 14 machine off of corner number 4. And at the line, well, I think Freeman had the spot at the line, so a good battle going on for that second spot. Freeman trying to clear him off of 2.
Freeman with the advantage down the back straightaway, but Toniolo going to keep trying that outside groove. I think he's going to have to give up the ghost, though, as Freeman with a good run on the bottom as they race towards the 2-to-go signal.
You know, I didn't miss you in the offseason, but I miss Abby and those fantastic drone shots. That's I forgot how great they are to watch on the live stream, and he does a great job. As the white flag is out, Lajeunesse over Freeman and Toniolo.
Lajeunesse one more time around. He's just got to keep that car straight. He's been running great out there. More than half a straightaway advantage over Freeman. Third place is under attack. Toniolo has the spot, but here comes the 50 machine of Dylan Boyle. Boyle trying to get third. They drag race down the front stretch. Toniolo able to hold him off, so it'll be Lajeunesse, Freeman, Toniolo, Dylan Boyle, Wally Alderdice, and Corey Halbert rounding out the field. This is a good-looking front row. Two nice-looking race cars.
That they are. Leslie Turcotte-Mowatt on the pole from Trenton in car number 2. To the outside, Glenn Stiers in car number 0. Sean Gregory lines up in the third spot. He's in car number 1 with Dennis Lunger out of Albion, Pennsylvania in the 71L. In the fourth spot, Tim Richardson from Comer, Ontario in the 5X. Starts 5th. Joel Dick in the 09D from Leamington. He'll go off in the 6th spot. And Curtis King from Wooler in the 07. He'll start in the 7th spot.
Well, we've watched Joel Dick have some great battles with Ken Schrader, and maybe when Clinton's available at some point, a couple of drivers up from Pennsylvania. I don't think we've seen that before, not that I can recall anyhow, Greg, but great to see them traveling up here.
Dennis Lunger's been here before, guys.
Okay. But Steve Rex, I don't recall him.
No, I think this is their first visit here.
Green is out. They work down into turns 1 and 2. Glenn Stiers up in the Glenn Stiers line, putting the hammer down on the cushion. He'll streak away down the backstretch, but Joel Dick in the 09, he's not going to waste much time working through traffic, already to the 3rd spot. He'll have 2nd before the time to get to the stripe.
Glenn Stiers out on that outside line, powering away down on the back stretch. Joel Dick in that second position. Leslie Turcotte Mowat leads the pack through 3 and 4. Beautiful looking race car for Leslie.
Always they bring that car to the track looking good. 3 wide for the second spot. What a move by Tim Richardson in the 5X. Slides up in front. Curtis King just had a moment up there in turn number 2. Let's have a look at the lap times. Glenn Stiers with a 17.508. Joel Dick with a 17.513. It's about as even as you can get, but it's the 5X of Tim Richardson who looks like he is on a flyer. A little bit slower right now than Stiers, but he's got some open racetrack. Let's see if he's able to turn in a quicker lap than the boss.
Now, Peacemaker just mentioned on the live feed there, the Leslie just got her first modified win on opening night at Brighton Speedway, and that was awesome to see. Boy, Glenn is hooked up tonight in this UMP modified.
When you can pull away from Joel Dick in the 09, you're doing something right because he's been one of the top running cars. So this should be fun to watch later on. More than 20 cars going to take the green in the feature event, but there's 2 laps to go in this qualifying heat, the third and final qualifying heat for the UMP Modifieds.
One of the many machines that Glenn Stiers pilots throughout a racing season, his UMP Modified. He runs it select races here north of the border. He spent some time racing it down south alongside Kenny Schrader. White flag is out for the boss.
Little action deep in the field. The 07 of Curtis King makes a move on the 71 machine to the inside. He'll pick up that position on Dennis Lunger. Lunger not done just yet. Works back on the outside, but checkered flag is out. Glenn Stiers taking the win over Joel Dick. Coming home in third, Tim Richardson in the 5X. Sean Gregory in the 1, Curtis King in the 07, Dennis Lunger in the 71, and Leslie Turcotte Mowat rounding out the field.
So first 6 races of the night are in the books. Number 7 on its way out to the racing surface, and it will be the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Their qualifying heats brought to you by Slack Lumber. Slack Lumber, recently under new ownership, is a full-service facility specializing in supplying construction materials for all different disciplines in the building industry. It's one of our division's Window Works. We offer sales and installation of windows and doors, whether a single 2x4 or a house or barn. You don't have to deal until you have a Slack deal. Check out our website at www.slacklumber.ca.
Greg, you know how many cars transfer?
No.
6. We're going to take 6 cars from each of these qualifying heats, and it's only opening night, but I can promise you this. It will be difficult to qualify for every race this season. In this division, we've seen it time and time again. You've got to be up on the wheel in your heat race. Make sure you get into the feature event. We've seen some awfully good drivers have to watch from the sideline.
Austin Rose on the pole. He's out of Mosley, Ontario, with Cam McKinnon on the outside from Ridgeway in the 85C. John Cadman from Smithville in the 71C. Alongside him, Jesse Costa in the 52 from St. Thomas. Trevor Young and Rob Neely, the 51 and 74, make up row number 3. Larry Gledhill and Keegan Baker back there in row number 4. Tom Pellizzari in the 5. He's from Cortland. The green flag is out in heat race number 1 for the Crates.
Great end. Oh, trouble in turn number 2. Boy, oh boy, that could have been a lot worse. John Cadman in the 71 made some contact with the 14 of Larry Gledhill. They were both able to carry on.
Up front, Austin Rose and Jesse Costa. Costa diving down low, teamed up this year with the guys from the Oakwood Transport and Nathan Ackland Racing Stables. Back behind the wheel of a car number 52, his traditional number.
There's a lot to keep up with, a lot of number changes over the offseason as Rose continues to lead the way over Costa. They've driven away from Rob Neely in that Radio Shuttle 74. He holds his own in the 3rd position. Then Trevor Young in the 51. Running 4th at the moment. Man, it seemed like Trevor Young ran the B main so many times the last year or so.
Nice to see him in the A main right off the bat out of the qualifying heat here tonight. Make his night a little bit easier. Is out in front. Talk about all the changes. One thing that hasn't changed is the steady progression of this young man in the 3S. Austin Rose leading right now over one of the best in the crate sprints, Jesse Costa. And he is another driver that could have a breakout year driving that Nathan Ackland Racing number 3S.
As much as we've got a great battle going on for the lead, I'm watching John Cadman. He's got a qualified spot right now, but Cam McKinnon behind him by about 10 car lengths. He keeps cutting good corners. He'll close in a little bit as we've got a battle for the lead. Costa down low, Austin Rose up high, side by side to the white flag.
White flag, one more trip around for 2 drivers that are kind of under the same stable.
Ruh-roh.
Is that off the 5 machine?
That's the Rob Neely top wing.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Did it land Radio Shuttle up or Radio Shuttle down?
Up.
So Rob Neely in a transfer position. Well, it looks like the vinyl's all still good there, so that's a good thing.
Phenomenal toboggan, would it not? Grease that thing up, Clark.
Right? Bingo. I always thought that was the worst line in that movie. That movie's a classic. I can sing along to every line, but why did he say bingo at the end when Clark Griswold finishes his toboggan ride? You ever think about that?
It did look just so unnatural, didn't it?
Well, everything else was good. I didn't get it. Maybe it's just that all the rest of the lines in that movie were so perfect.
Bingo.
How bizarre does it?
Last week for Mother's Day, my wife said she was going out to buy herself something, so I sent her the gift file of Cousin Eddie. Get yourself something real nice.
While you're at it, Clark, buy a little something for yourself. Six laps complete. It'll be 2 laps to the finish, and Rob Neely's going to have his hands full out there. Those wings perform a lot of work. Not as much in the crate sprints, but still, you want as much holding you down as you can.
One more trip around. Austin Rose will pull away from Jesse Costa that time through 1 and 2. And right now it's Trevor Young working on Rob Neely with a half a wing.
And look at the battle for 6. It's going to come down to the line. Austin Rose takes the win over Jesse Costa, Trevor Young, Rob Neely. Gledhill and Tom Pelizzari makes the move on the final lap to get that transfer spot. John Cadman comes up lame on the last lap in that Bristol RV number 71. So Cam McKinnon, Keegan Baker, and John Cadman going to be running a B main a little bit later on tonight if they hope to qualify for the feature event.
Push truck comes to the aid of John Cadman in the 71C.
Seven transfer?
No, that was race 7. Adam.
Yes.
Next is race 8.
10-4, good buddy. I can't believe Doug Leonard just hollered down to.
Look at that Ohsweken on the Bristol RV 71. Global warranty also aboard that machine. Longtime supporter of Matt Pritico, the pro late model side.
Does that family own that business? No, they're in the auto body shop business, aren't they?
That's what I thought.
Wow. Look at how flat the wing is on our pole sitter, Travis Hofstetter, in the 2. I don't know that I've ever seen a wing that flat. So you can adjust these wings. I don't think in the crates that they can be cockpit adjustable, but you can adjust the wings, and there's a beautiful view. Cam Thompson in the 28 has a fairly traditional pitch to his. He's a young driver, so you want some angle to it. It's all a compromise. The steeper the pitch of the wing, the more grip you're going to have in the corner, but the more power you give up because the wind is pushing the car down, creating drag. So we've told you the front row, Travis Hofstetter out of Kitchener in the 2, Cam Thompson in the 28 out of Ohsweken.
Brian Anacoke from Ohsweken in the 9C starts third. Steve Murdoch alongside the 2M. He's from Georgetown. Lance Erskine in the 88. He starts from the 5th spot. He's from Brantford. Darryl Peltier, who comes from Port Perry in the 4B. He'll start 6th. Jeremy Hughes back in a sprint car. He's in car number 11. He's from Burlington in the 7th spot. Matt Hill in the MK8 from Ohsweken starts 8th. And Will Marsh from London in the 19.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Will March made the call in that 19 machine. So 8 cars going to take the green. We're off to the races.
Thompson around the outside will grab the lead, heading down the backstretch. Murdoch in that 2M. He's another driver, right? We're going to talk about this, I think, in the first few weeks of drivers we think are going to make that next step. The way he ran last year, he showed some nights that he could be almost dominant. And here tonight, we're seeing it in this qualifying heat. He flexes a little muscle, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him in victory lane as a winner this year.
A lot of talent, the right amount of aggression as Murdoch takes the lead over Cam Thompson, but how impressive is Thompson? Just getting his feet wet in the crate sprint car division in that 28 machine, but he looks right at home out there running up on the cushion. Brian Nanicoke slips up to the 3rd spot in the 9C. Canada Fuels entry. Travis Hofstetter trying to get him back on the high side. Not sure that's going to work. He's got to worry about Darryl Peltier in the 4, running in the 5th spot.
Yeah, 4-barrel Darryl right there behind Hofstetter in the 2 as we're halfway home in the second qualifying heat for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division.
Murdoch is pulled away nearly half a straightaway over Cam Thompson. No real tight battles right now. Probably the best battle is Peltier looking to the outside of Hofstetter, that battle for 4th spot. Both of them solidly in the field right now, but Lance Erskine in the 88, he holds down the last transfer, that 6th position. He'd love to move up. Every spot you can pass in the heat is 4 spots further ahead. You'll start in the feature.
Man, that side panel on the 4B was flapping in the wind hard. I don't see it on that shot there, but there it is as you see him go down the backstretch. That panel right behind the driver's compartment, flapping in the breeze as he's trying to get by Travis Hofstetter.
That'd be fairly annoying, I think. You definitely hear that. Checkered flag in the air. Murdoch going to take the win. 2nd place to Cam Thompson. Brian Nanicoke 3rd. Hofstetter 4th. Peltier 5th. Lance Erskine 6th. Jeremy Hughes and Matthew Hill are headed to the B main.
Two in, 2 to go for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Again, their qualifying heats brought to you by Slack Lumber. Check them out at slacklumber.ca. We've been talking about some of the folks in the live chat here tonight, but I want to say thank you to everyone that came out here tonight. Opening night, 26th season. The forecast has looked dreadful actually for the last week. Friday was the only day that had that miserable looking cloud on the forecast. And yet you folks came out in droves. So we thank you very much for coming out and supporting the opener here tonight. We'll hope you'll be back next Friday night. But thank you for coming out.
Well said, Greg. Jolly good.
Pip, pip. Heat race 3 on the pole from Six Nations. It's the Iceman, Johnny Miller in the 20 machine to his outside, Dale Curran from Bowmanville in the 31. Tanner Podwinski. We know him from the Sportsman division, now in a crate sprint. He's from Wainfleet, starting 3rd in the 72. And tonight, DJ Christie is aboard the 00 machine. He's from Beachville. Sheldon Bender from Listowel in the 97. He'll go off 5th. And the highlight man, Mac Demand, back aboard, car number 4, the all-time winningest driver of the great sprint car division here at Ohsweken. He is back in the Bar Motorsports number 4 here tonight. Victor Bomberry in the 420 from Ohsweken. He'll start in the 7th spot. And Greg Wilson is back, former Sportsman driver. Beautiful-looking car from Harrisburg in the 14W. Keep an eye on Greg Wilson back there, see what he can do.
Top 6 transfer into the show. That means 2 cars out there right now. We'll have to go through the B main. Who's it gonna be? Johnny Miller on the loud pedal. They charge down into turn number 1 for the first time. Miller gonna lead the way down the backstretch. Mac Demand with an aggressive move to work his way up to the 2nd spot. He'll run the bottom of the racetrack. Dale Curran up high in the 31.
The Iceman out in front as he rolls it through 1 and 2. Mac Demand all over his tail tank. Curran riding there in the 3rd spot. Bit of a gap now back to Tanner Podwinski in the 4th position.
Now, is it just me, or are we not used to seeing Dale Curran with much of a design on that race car? He's got CN Produce on the wing. He's always run a plain Jane looking car, hasn't he?
Yeah, without sponsorship, and that's good to see for Dale Curran.
Oh, problems.
The Iceman, oh, wow, that was close for Tanner Podwinski. I thought Johnny was going to pull down to the left in the infield, and that would have been disastrous, but he'll come up.
Hey, Clint, you've got to chime in here. Do we still have our moment of the night sponsor?
Yes, we do.
Which was never an official deal, but
yeah.
Mighty Wipes got their money's worth.
I want to welcome Pam and Dennis back here tonight. They're here with us this evening.
Awesome. So another candidate for Mighty Wipes moment of the night.
Which we always shout out all the possibilities and then never announce a winner at the end
That's
of the
kind of the fun part.
That's
we never will.
That kind of epitomizes you and I.
Start
out strong and fall apart in the end.
You got to leave a little bit of mystery. I keep a bottle of Mighty Wipes in my work truck. It's a dirty job. I work with tires, buddy.
Oh, okay. Not for those moments where you
chicken
got to
wings.
stop at the side of the road. Tree. Back into the green flag, Mac Demand, Audi in front, that Bar Motorsports car, number 4, Dale Curran in tow in the 2nd spot. Boy, Mac stretched it out on that green flag.
Yeah, he did. So, Greg Wilson. It's good to have friends. Tyler Ward with a great launch leads the way through 3 and 4 by about 15 car lengths to complete lap number 1. Ken Hamilton in the middle. Brett Stratford, he got off to a great start. Whoa, Nelly. Wow. That was a close call for the 99 of Joshua Hill.
Good save there by Joshua. It's Tyler Ward out in front. Beautiful looking race car lettered by DJD Graphics.
TireCraft, one of the sponsors on that 29 machine. As he leads the way, trying to stay ahead of Brett Stratford. He's got about half a straightaway over the BS 39. How about Ken Hamilton in the 69 hanging on to the 3rd spot? I don't know that he has ever qualified for an A main here.
Tyler Ward had a rough year last year, a hard crash on the front stretch wall, and he is redeeming himself here tonight, running out in front the first race of the year. Stratford from 7th up to the 2nd spot, trying to close in on Ward.
2 cars on the outside looking in. Brandon Mowat in the 07, Joshua Hill in the 99. Hill's going to take his car pit side, so that whatever problems he's having, he's going to take it to the pits. Hopefully we see him out for the B main a little later on. 2 laps to go for Tyler Ward.
Brett Stratford still trying to track him down with a couple of laps left to go. They are checked out on the rest of the field. Hamilton gets a little sideways in corner 2.
He got up towards that outside wall, still able to stay out in front of Slate and Fraser as they take the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Tyler Ward into turn 3 for the final time.
Checkers out. 9W over Brett Stratford. Hamilton looking to hold on to the 3rd spot. Then it's Slate, Fraser, Van Every, and then Brandon Mowat completing the running order in that 4th and final qualifying heat.
Well, guys, I just want to jump in and talk a bit about some of these guys who've really moved up. You know, we look at Tyler Ward when they were just getting started, Daryl Pelche. These guys got wraps now, toter home. They're fully immersed in this crazy deal, and it's great to see them running so well, guys.
I'm here telling Darren to turn his phone off because of the audio. It was my computer, of course. Sorry, Darren.
Every time you point a finger, there's 4 pointing back at you. Thunderstocks, the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks roll onto the racetrack now. Here's how they'll line up. On the pole in the 21Z out of Ohsweken, it's Braden Burning. On the outside of the front row, the 97 is from Burlington, it's Ron Logie. Starting 3rd from Hagersville, the 49 is Dave Bailey. Starting 4th from Hamilton, the 25 is Ken Sargent. Starting 5th from London, the 76 is Jamie Googe. Starting 6th from Binbrook, the 427 is Tim Phelan. Starting 7th from Hagersville, the 93K is Mike Glazinga. Starting 8th from Caledonia, the 55 is Mike Thorne. Starting 9th from Jerseyville, the 53 is Logan Schwedick. And shotgun on the field is the 96 of Tyler LaFantasy.
Jamie Googe out there. Tommy Googe is in the house tonight over in the pit area. Why isn't he over here? Helping us. He's crewing tonight.
His brother needs some help. I'd be with his brother. Jamie Googe, the driver of the 76 out here, as Dave Bailey runs in that 2nd spot on the inside in the blue and white number 49. Braden Burning in the 21Z doing a nice job out in front. Whoa, trouble.
Oh,
Ken Sargent in the 25 in trouble. He is headed towards the pits. Rolls to a almost stop at the pit entrance.
An almost stop.
See that? He's almost stopped. Now he's almost gone.
We stay green. Dave Bailey out in front. That transaxle number 49.
Whoa, bits
Ron
and pieces.
Logie.
Tim Phelan. It's a strip show for the 427.
Wow.
Topless night here at the Big O. Next on stage, the 427. I imagine that's what they sound like.
Like when I take my hat off.
That looks just like it should be running on the beach at Daytona, does it not?
Every time I see a car start to strip bodywork away, I think of Foghorn Leghorn losing all his feathers. Like it's a vivid image in my mind.
Aaron Rowitsky will never forget.
Nope. Look at that battle further back. 3 wide off of turn number 4. Logan Schwedick, Mike Thorne, Tyler LaFantasy, and Mike Klazinga in the 93.
Dave Bailey, Ron Logie, 1 and 2, burning up there in that third spot, having a great run. Nice looking machine. Phelan, he's got a breezy ride going there, but it's working for him in that 4th spot. Peacemaker says he's blowing the roof off this place.
No kidding. White flag in the air one more time around for Dave Bailey. That's still a fun battle to watch deep in the field. Now Burning looking to the outside of Tim Phelan down into turn 1. Close quarters action. See, they drive the cars harder because they haven't paid for the vinyl lettering yet.
Here they come to the checkered flag. No surprise, Dave Bailey picks up the win. Ron Logie, Phelan out to the wall, but Burning will take 3rd over Phelan. Then it's Schwedick, Thorne.
LaFantasy.
Yeah, LaFantasy.
Mike Klazinga, Jamie Googe, and Ken Sargent, by virtue of completing only 1 lap, will finish 10th.
Kevin Flynn in the chat says, I swear I heard Adam say Thunder Socks.
Okay.
Well,
could have been worse.
He did, but that just sounds awful.
here's what we got up in turn 3, guys. It's the roof off a car. It's got a great paint job. No number on the top of it, but we know it came off the 427. So, but
Tim Phelan, sharp-looking paint scheme. We think it's the old Wrangler scheme.
See, if you zoom in on this, that's where the rivets were supposed to be.
We're forgetting something.
We've all been there.
I wanted to see Clint take that down the banking. Oh, we're going to see the replay of this?
Hey, if we were going green, I'd ride that down the bank. That's a toboggan right there, too.
That was Mud Clot that hit that, did it not?
Knocked the roof off with a mud clot?
No, you should see this chunk of mud that hit the pillar on the passenger side.
The front pillars were the only thing holding the roof down.
Just want to send a quick shout out to Braden Burning in that last heat, guys. You know, he's trying to get his craft together here. Dave Bailey helped him rebuild that car over the winter, and we'll watch for good things out of Braden Burning. Did a good job there in that qualifying heat race.
Yeah, he looked great. White flag is out on heat race number 2. On the pole out of Ancaster in the 19, it's Kyle Wirt. Alongside him in the 19T out of Niagara Falls, it's Trevor Want. And we got to say a special hello across the pond to Trevor's sister and their family watching in London, England. It's either really late or really early, depending what kind of fun you had last night. Starting in 3rd out of Rodney, the 45 is Brad Simpson. Starting 4th out of Victoria, the 84 RK, a fancy new look for Ryan Beagle. Starting 5th from Tilbury, the 17W is Travis Whittle. Starting 6th out of Hamilton, the 07 is Scott McPhail. The 93 is Melissa Miller from Ohsweken. The 03 is George Grossel from Canfield. And rounding out the field in the 79 is Chris Hale.
Qualifying heats for the Thunderstock division brought to you by Hunsingers. Plumbing, electrical, and heating.
George Grossel took the scenic route up through 1 and 2 in that 03 machine. He's lost a lot of ground to the lead pack out in front. Wirt going to lead lap number 1. Trevor Want second. Ryan Beagle is hunting on the bottom of the racetrack. That Ackland Insurance sponsored 84.
Yeah, I don't know what is exactly about Ryan Beagle's car, but that has to be my favorite this year. It just looks so good with that Camaro body style, the way he's got it all slicked out, and that big Ackland logo. That's a nice looking race car.
I think it's because he stayed so true to the number, the color, the basic layout of the car. It looks like a car that just had an extreme makeover.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal, and there he is running in that 2nd spot behind Kyle Wirt. Not to knock anyone else's scheme, but that was just one when I saw it on social media. It popped.
Brad Simpson having a good run in that 45 machine, working the inside of Trevor Want in the 19. I agree with you. That's a sharp car. There's a lot of good-looking cars.
Trevor Want in that 19 machine always has a nice piece.
I was going to compliment Kyle Wirt. I was sure I just saw Kyle Wirt's car looking good. Look at it from this side.
Yeah. One side's white.
I'm losing my mind.
No, you are, but
yeah.
One side's white and the other side's lettered.
Beagle closing. Oh, trouble. Simpson in the 45. He was running in the 4th position. Goes around in 3 and 4, and he will come to rest sideways in turn number 4. That'll force a yellow flag. And one thing we've got to get used to, Greg, we have a sponsor for the restart zone. It's the Cargo Ease Restart Zone. Brought to you by Cargo Ease, an award-winning manufacturer of cargo slides, lockers, and ladder racks for the back of your trucks, vans, and SUVs. Start thinking inside the box and check them out at www.cargo-ease.com. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene looking over the Simpson situation.
Yeah, not very good down here. They got the nose all tore up, but something they can put together pretty quickly or just tear it off. But either way, something that won't hold them from the rest of their night. But they're going to have to do some work over here. They will not be allowed to continue as they are. So the safety crew just trying to jam it in under the hood and get it back to the pits for them anyways. The other question that came down, the 427 who lost the roof came over the radio and said, "Can I race without my roof?" No, you must have the roof. So they will go to work on putting that back on the 427 in the pits.
And in fairness, you only need the roof to start the race.
That's true, but you need...
Don't give them ideas.
Listen, Bobby Allison won a Daytona 500 by making the back bumper fall off. It was there when he started.
Well, guys, the other thing that comes up quite a bit is a hood. Can you race without a hood? My car's overheating. No, it becomes a safety issue because if fuel or oil or steam gets out there, it's going to blow right back in the driver's face. So you must start with a hood. You must start with a roof. You have to have all your body panels intact. And you can continue if you lose it, but you got to at least have them on to start.
Listen, body shaming is not okay in 2023.
True.
We're going to have activists all over the place next week. We heard what you did.
Oh, I've actually missed you.
Yeah, it's weird how that goes, isn't it? Oh my!
I never thought there'd be a time. Chris Hale got some pretty significant damage to the right side there on that contact. It's banged in under the bottom half of the numbers are all punched in on that 79 machine.
He took a hard hit to the right rear as the green flag flies. We're back underway. Kyle Wirt down low. Ryan Beagle up high.
Back they go. Wirt and Beagle side by side down the back stretch. Here comes Hale to the outside of Trevor Want. Top 4 trying to slip away from the rest of the pack.
Man, Chris Hale cut a nice corner there in 3 and 4 as Ryan Beagle goes around. I'm watching these cars enter the corner, and both turns 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 have a spot where there's just a bit of a dip. And I keep worrying it looks like the cars are going to catch and take off, but they're not. I mean, Glenn Stiers and his crew have done a fantastic job. When you dig up a dirt track, when you really change what makes up a dirt track over an off season, whether you're adding new clay or taking away dirt, it is very, very hard to make a predictable, smooth surface. But they have done a nice job here tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. When all this work was done in the fall, not that I doubted anything, but you would expect, even maybe in the first couple of weeks, to see a few problems with the racetrack when you do the amount of work and changes that they did last year. But, man, it has been super here tonight.
Hey, guys, we're missing 3 of our stars. The 360s here tonight had engine trouble. Nick Sheridan and DJ Christie both had problems at practice last week. Couldn't get their motors together, so they are suffering tonight at home, not participating. Same thing with the 01 of Mikey Krutchka, who was working on getting his engine together. He got it late. It didn't run very well, and he's also sitting at home tonight. So 3 of our top stars fairly disappointed tonight. They can't be out here on opening night.
Yeah, that definitely changes the complexion of this season.
Classic Auto Recyclers heat race number 2 on the pole out of Brantford. In car number 10, it's downtown. Mitch Brown to his outside. Crate driver moving up to the 360s from Hamilton. In the 19T, it's Alan Downey. Rolling off third from Niagara Falls in car number 70, it's Bailey Hurd to his outside from Grand Island, New York. Car number 21, Kyle Phillips. Starting in fifth from Grimsby, car 90 is Travis Cunningham to his outside. The live wire, Liam Martin from Bimbrook in the 9. Glenn Stiers starts 7th. Kevin Paul's 8th. We are green in heat race number 2.
Clean start with Mitch Brown out front. Look at Alan Downey in that 19. He doesn't look like a beginner out there hanging on to the back end of that 10 machine. Bit of daylight back to Bailey Hurd in the 70.
Kyle Phillips, Liam Martin going at it back there in that 4th and 5th position. Right behind Bailey Hurd. Phillips on the bottom in the 21. Martin on the outside as they roll off a corner number 4 at the line. Martin has the spot. Downtown, Mitch Brown out in front over Alan Downey, holding his own here in his first 360 sprint car start of 2023. I don't know as though he's had one previously.
No, I don't think he has. Again, they spread themselves out the racetrack just a little bit, everyone finding their own pieces of real estate as we reach the halfway point. Travis Cunningham trying to close in on Glenn Stiers. Glenn Stiers trying to close in on Kyle Phillips in the 21. That's a battle for the 5th spot out on the racetrack.
Mitch Brown as that car hooked up tonight out in front, car number 10. Brother Jake Brown not competing this year, taking the year off. As we mentioned, Jim Hoopinen doing the same this year, helping out Tyler Paulus, who we'll see in heat race number 3.
You know, as these kids grow up and start families, and it's amazing how things progress. But nice to see they've got priorities, so that's a good thing, I think, Greg. As Travis Cunningham all over the back end of Kyle Phillips in the 21. He'll go to work in 3 and 4 right on the back end of that 21 machine, but out front it's all Mitch Brown through 3 and 4 for the final time.
Checkers out downtown. Mitch Brown gets it done, picks up the heat race win over Alan Downey, Bailey Hurd, Liam Martin, and Glenn Stiers, your top 5. Then it's Travis Cunningham, Kyle Phillips, and Kevin Pauls in the 46. So heat race number 2 completed. Again, brought to you by Plaza Auto Recyclers. Heat 3 ready to come out onto the racetrack.
Ray Osborne correcting us, saying Alan ran a couple 360 races late last year.
Well,
so
that's what was kind of sticking in my mind. And the farther I get along in this game, the less I remember.
This is why we don't use statistics.
Exactly.
I'm Ron Burgundy. I read what's on the screen. Ray, I hope you're settling into Vancouver nicely. Ray got me hooked up with tickets to the Germania Club in Hamilton for some wrestling a couple of months ago. What a great show. Had a blast. It was his going away party, basically, as he retired from the Germania Club and moved out to Vancouver.
All right, heat race number 3 on the Speedway on the pole out of St. Catharines, the 71 machine. That is Mike Bowman. Alongside him from Ohsweken in the 77T, it's Tyler Paulus. Starting third out of Brantford, the 49L, last year's crate sprint champion, that's Lucas Smith. And alongside from St. Williams in the 21, it's John Burbridge. Starting in position number 5 is the champion in 2022 from Tilsonburg. This year in the 17X, that'll be Corey Turner. And alongside him from Beamsville, the 88H, is Josh Hansen. And in the back row from Dorchester, car number 1, Holly Porter. And her outside from Brampton, Dave McKnight in the 70 M&M.
It's funny how drivers wind up together. Last year, a few times, even the year before, I think, Corey Turner had some issues with Holly Porter on the racetrack. Of course, they're one row in front of the other. That's luck of the draw here on opening night.
Well, let's see what Mike Bowman can do in the 360 sprints. The moment he stepped into the crate sprint, he became that driver that no one wanted to see arrive in the pits if you were a competitor, and walked away with a ton of wins very quickly. And here he is powering away in that GSR chassis.
Tyler Paulus doing a nice job to stay close. There you go.
There's
Corey
one.
Turner and Josh Hansen very nearly had a moment last time on the front straightaway. Out in front, Mike Bowman pulls away. Holly Porter goes around Lucas Smith to the inside. She'll take over the 5th spot.
So right now it is all Mike Bowman out in front in the 71 machine. Then it's Tyler Paulus in that Juniors Riverside bait and tackle 77T. Corey Turner works to the inside. That Mobile 1 17X looks for the 2nd spot. He'll take it away and close ground on Mike Bowman.
He really got into turn number 3 at the halfway point of this one. How impressive is Tyler Paulus looking in that 77? Good for him out there hanging on to 3rd. He's got an aggressive Josh Hansen right behind. We'll see if he's able to hold him off. But all eyes to the front of the field as Mike Bowman leads the way in the 71. But here comes Corey Turner.
Yeah, the defending champ is closing ground. Here goes the battle for 3rd. Hansen to the inside of Paulus. And it's going to be the J&E Recovery Julie Swayze Remax machine to the 3rd spot.
The Dynablast 71 of Mike Bowman continues to lead the way, but Corey Turner's been closing the gap in turn 3. He'll pull alongside the 71 as the white flag flies.
Does the defending champ have anything for Mike Bowman as they roll through 1 and 2? Turner edges a little bit closer. Bowman pulled away a bit down the backstretch, but here's where Corey Turner's been the best. Down in corner 3, he'll come up short. Bowman gets the win over Turner. Then it's Hansen in 3rd, Paulus 4th, 5th will be Porter, 6th to Lucas Smith, 7th at the line is going to be Burbridge over Dave McKnight Jr. Qualifying heats all into the record books, and I didn't think we'd even get this far at the start of the night, Adam.
No, I didn't think so either, Greg. On the card next is a mini stock Consi, if necessary, and it is necessary. So it is ready. I was going to say I didn't see cars on the warm-up track, but they are rolling to the racetrack now. 6 laps will be to the distance. An impressive job by the Speedway officials and by these competitors to get through 150 cars in qualifying heats. Here is how they're scheduled to line up for this mini stock B main. On the pole out of Beamsville, the 7B is Braden Hughes. Alongside him from Burlington, the 76, and asphalt mini stock standout. The 76 is Sean Taylor. Starting 3rd from Stratford, the 54 is Christopher French. Starting 4th, scheduled to start 4th, but I don't think they made repairs, was Rick Van Cleef from Vineland. From Waterford, the 4 is Wade Thorne. He didn't turn a lap earlier on in his heat. Jeremy Barton from Oakville behind the wheel of the 84. I'm not sure that he made the call. Tim DeBoer from York in the 9. The 20J is Nathan Joyner from Smithville. Kylie Dixon in the 9K from Brantford. Mark Martin from Ohsweken in the 33. And Mike Giberson from Caledonia behind the wheel of the 11.
It's Braden Cuse out in front right now over Taylor in the 76. Oh, a little bumper tag behind that.
Whoa, hang on to it. DeBoer, wicked sideways into turn number 3.
Four wide out in front. Christopher French comes out on top in that one. 3 wide behind him. Taylor on the outside.
Wade Thorne working his way towards the front, battles the inside of Christopher French. French will maintain the lead. Thorne second, Sean Taylor third.
Wow. Yeah, there's that bump down in corner number 1, and it's going to claim Sean Taylor. I think something broke.
Something amiss on that 76 as he is slow on the back straightaway. Everybody taking evasive action, and Sean Taylor peeling that car down to the infield out of harm's way. We're at the midway point of this B main for the mini stocks.
He went into corner 1, and the front end was just hopping up and down. He hit that bump there that's forming and pulled off the racetrack out in front. It's right now Wade Thorne over Christopher French.
French had his problems in the qualifying heat. Well, so did Thorne. Thorne didn't get to do any racing. Neither did our third-place car, Jeremy Parton, in the 84. So they're making up for it here in this B feature, having good runs. Mike Giberson showing some speed out there in that white number 11 as he's looking for racing room behind Braden. Oh, trouble for Christopher French. He goes around in 3 and 4. Everybody able to miss that action. Not sure what's wrong with Tim DeBoer in that number 9. We expect a lot more speed out of that young man. Looks like French pulling the window net down on that 54. They might be trying to put it back up. I'm not sure.
Gibbs Action Sports on the hood there of Wade Thorne's number 4 machine. Longtime supporter of a number of race teams and Ohsweken Speedway as well.
Gibbs logo has been in a lot of victory lanes.
Yeah.
Mostly with Dave Bailey.
Yeah. There's Sean Taylor. KangarooTrailers.ca. If you have a kangaroo, get a kangaroo trailer.
Seems like a very niche market.
Their customers hop around.
33 of Mark Martin being told he's leaking fluid, so he heads off to the pits. We will double up the field and wait for Dave Hunsinger to wave the white hanky, signifying 1 lap to go, and we'll set them loose once again. There'll be 2 laps remaining in this B main.
So everyone that's going to transfer is on the track right now. 7 cars move on. These are them. So we'll finish out these last couple of laps. Wade Thorne gets back on it. Barton didn't get the restart he wanted, and he'll plummet through the field. Something wrong with the 84.
A ragged start. I thought he was waving his hand inside the car, but no, I think that might be a little stuffed animal in the passenger window. Not sure. Barton's car just not coming up to speed as the white flag flies. Christopher French already back up into that 3rd spot. Braden Cuse second. Mike Giberson trying to make a move on French.
You're right.
Ooh,
that looks like a hand, though.
That had to hurt. Did it hurt to say that?
That's your 1 for the year. Checkers out. Wade Thorne, handful there through corner number 4, will take the win over Braden Cuse, Christopher French, Mike Giberson, the 9 of
Tim DeBoer,
and Nathan Joyner in the 20J, as well as Jeremy Barton.
So the crate sprint cars being pushed off for their B main. 12 laps will be the distance.
Is that Mark Martin from NASCAR? No, it is not. But Ken Schrader's here tonight. I mean, there's a missed opportunity. He should be running a 6 machine painted up.
Possibly.
He got that name. So we are looking at crate sprint B main. 12 laps, 10 cars, top 4 transfer.
Here's how they're going to line up on the pole from Ridgeway. The 85C is Cam McKinnon. Alongside him from Burlington, the 11 is Jeremy Hughes. Starting third from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. Alongside from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Matt Hill is from Ohsweken in the MK8. He'll be joined by fellow Six Nations racer Johnny Miller, the Iceman, in the number 20. Starting 7th, also from Ohsweken, the 99 is Joshua Hill. Starting 8th from Smithville, the 71C is John Cadman. Starting 9th from Brighton, the 07 is Brandon Mowat. And rounding out the field, scheduled to be from London, the 19 of Will March. And Will March made the call this time. 9 cars on the racetrack, 10 cars scheduled to go. So we'll play the Who Are We Missing game. No, really. Who are we missing? Sheldon Bender, Keegan Baker, Matt Hill, Johnny Miller, John Cadman. Whew. Got there.
For to transfer, Cam McKinnon gets on the loud pedal as they head down into corner number 1.
McKinnon takes a bit of an awkward entry into turn number 1, but it worked out for him. He'll lead the way down the backstretch over Bender. Jeremy Hughes looking to the outside in that number 11. He's got Johnny Miller hot on his heels. The magic number is 4. McKinnon leads them down into 3, gets the car real sideways. Jeremy Hughes with a better run into the turn. Hughes going to take the lead off of turn 4 across the start-finish line.
Jeremy Hughes pulling away. Bender now by McKinnon for the 2nd spot. Put McKinnon back to 3rd, but the Iceman closing on him. He has that 4th and final transfer position. And right behind them is Matt Hill, Keegan Baker, both trying to crack the top 4.
McKinnon's car just looks real jumpy, real twitchy in the corners to me, so he's got Hill right behind him and Keegan Baker. It's going to be tough to hold off those drivers. He's still got 8 laps to go in this B main.
Remember 1 year ago on opening night, it was Cam McKinnon broke his arm on the opening night and missed most of the season, came late in the year, so didn't get a lot of seat time, but doing a nice job right now in that final transfer spot.
He made the drive last weekend to race at Brockville. I'm not sure if he also ran Can-Am, but I do know at least he ran Brockville. And even that one race is a huge help to a young driver.
Halfway home in this one, 6 in, 6 to go in this B main for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. For to transfer, Bender opens the bottom side for Johnny Miller, and the Iceman will slide by.
Johnny Miller takes up the 2nd spot in that bright orange wing, number 20. Bender settles into 3rd. Cam McKinnon still holding that 4-car length advantage over Matthew Hill, but Hill has opened some daylight between himself and Keegan Baker.
Jeremy Hughes looking smooth and steady out in front in that paradigm number 11 as Josh Hill will pull off onto the pit lane.
So that 11 is a project by the Turner Racing Team, by Jamie Turner. A number of crew members are going to get the opportunity to drive that car, test that car. A lot of them have put their time and effort. Different people have donated different parts to the project, so great to see him running that well.
2 laps left to go for Jeremy Hughes over Johnny Miller, Sheldon Bender, and the race to watch right now is that one between McKinnon and Hill. Matt Hill trying to get by the 85C.
And Matt Hill has to know the only way he gets into this show is by passing that one car. He works his way through the bump in turn number 1, keeps his foot to the floor, maintains that gap to Cam McKinnon, but out in front, it is all Jeremy Hughes. Final time through 3 and 4.
Checkers out. Jeremy Hughes punches his ticket to the A main along with Johnny Miller, Sheldon Bender, and the last car in is going to be Cam McKinnon. Good, solid run.
Yep, that young man earned that.
So Matt Hill, Keegan Baker, Will March, and Brandon Mowat will not transfer to the A main tonight.
The next action on the schedule is a Thunderstock B main. Now there's an intermission listed, but we are going to work right through the intermission. Trying to get this show in for you race fans. Once again, thank you so much for coming out here to opening night here at Ohsweken Speedway. It is going to be a fun season.
Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock B main. 8 laps. Top 4 to transfer, 13 cars in total in this one. Tyler LaFantasy, the mini stock champ from 1 year ago, on the pole from Thorold in the 96 machine. Starting in the second spot, Trevor Want out of Niagara Falls in the 19T. Rob Disher starts third in car 17. He's from Grimsby. Kyle Andrus out of Hamilton, the 43, lines up fourth. Mike Klazinga from Hagersville starts fifth in the 93K. George Grossel in the 03, he's from Canfield, lines up sixth. John Overholt out of Welland in the 960 starts seventh. Casey Huffman lines up eighth. He's from Brantford in the 13. Jamie Googe from London, the 76, starts ninth. Brad Simpson alongside him in the 45 from Rodney goes off 10th. Blake Bomberry in the 21. He starts 11th from Ohsweken. Rob Hoskins from Harley in the 37, and Ken Sargent and the 25 from Hamilton were to make the call. I don't know, as though all those drivers made it.
No, Hoskins did not make the call. I'm not sure who else didn't make it out there, as LaFantasy leads lap 1 over Trevor Want. And that was close. Want with a big run to the outside. Once again, hello to Trevor Want's family watching over in London, England. Mike Klazinga in the third spot, putting the pressure on LaFantasy to the outside. Rob Disher really struggled in his heat race. He's looking a lot better here in the B main, holding down the last transfer, but Ken Sargent pushing him down the front stretch. He wants that position.
3-car fight at the front. Klazinga's going to go right through the middle. Door to door to door. Here they go into corner number 3. LaFantasy on the bottom. Klazinga in the middle. Want on the outside. Off of corner 4. Want will lead the lap.
Want getting that advantage up on the high side. LaFantasy not giving up down low. Boy, oh boy, with 4 transferring into this race. If Kyle Andrus can close in as well, this will make some fantastic. It's so much more fun to watch these battles when they really matter, Greg.
Go or go home. That's what this is all about. It's a single elimination race as Ken Sargent and Rob Disher go back and forth. They're side by side for the final transfer spot.
A little bit of rubbing there in 1 and 2 between Disher and Ken Sargent. Kyle Andrus right there as well. He'll drive it deep into turn number 3 in that green 43.
Looking racy is Kyle Andrus in that ShedinAday.com number 43.
Oh, boy. Keeps his foot in the throttle. We stay under green.
Nice job there by Kyle Andrus to get that car going and avoiding any calamity as it's 2 laps to go in a battle for the lead as it's Want and Klazinga door to door down in 1.
Trevor Want down on the inside in the 19. Mike Klazinga in that familiar white 93 up high with the run down the back straightaway. It'll be white flag. 1 more lap for Klazinga. Does Trevor Want have any tricks up his sleeve?
1 more trip around. Klazinga, Want, LaFantasy, and Sargent right now. A gap back to that 5th spot of Rob Disher's on the outside looking in.
Down the back stretch the final time. Klazinga leads the way into the corner. Want right behind, side by side for 3rd and 4th, and that's how they will end it. Klazinga with the win. Want 2nd, 3rd to Sargent, 4th to LaFantasy, and ending their night will be Disher, Huffman, Grossel, Simpson, Andrus, and the 96-0 of John Overholt. I just like saying that.
It's all qualifying completed as the beautiful Strickland
Wow.
pace truck pulls it onto the racetrack. Clint?
Guys, just want to make a quick note that Mike Bowman, winner of his qualifying heat race, his first 360 heat race, was disqualified in the pits tonight. Mike is learning the way of the 360s, and his nose wing was just a little bit too far forward, which is one of the basic checks they do on sprint cars after you get a qualified spot. So Mike Bowman, the 71, ran fantastic, but he'll have to start from the back after not making the front wing position legal.
Wow.
So he had his nose out of joint. Is that what you're saying?
That's
Well,
what they're saying.
I saw Mike in the pits, and yes, his nose was out of joint. And Mike's argument was, come on, it was so close. I said, Mike, that's one of the most basic things we check, and you're going to get burned by that every time. So he says, I'm learning.
So what happens? A couple of cars had their nose wings collapse in their heat races, Clint.
Yep.
If they rolled through tech with a collapsed wing, would they get penalized?
I think Mike would probably give you the grace period there because when it falls down, it's not giving you an advantage. If anything, it's a sail slowing you down, and it does fall forward a little bit. So I believe if you had a crashed wing, you would have to get a tech pass. But if everything's solidly in place, the wing has to be in the right position because if you put it more far forward, you get more grip on the front end. So it is an advantage to be in the right spot.
Well, there you go. Great explanation. Mini stock feature event rolls off. It's go time, ladies and gentlemen. On the pole from Caledonia, the 265 is Mike Evers, and I'm going to tell you the lineup as it is on my sheet. It may not be what you see on the racetrack because we see a lot of cars trying to figure out where they belong. On the outside of row number 1 from Linden, the 11E is Jeff Elsliger. Row 2 on the inside, the 114 from Welland is Kyle Rothwell. On the outside from Port Colborne, the 14L is John Lubeck. Row 3 on the inside, the 09 from Port Colborne, it's Clinton Barrick. And alongside him from New Hamburg, the 21H is Ryan Hiller. Starting 7th from Smithville, the 6X is Mike Sarantacco. Starting 8th from Brantford, the 64 is Nick Erskine. Starting 9th from Ancaster, the 16 is Fabio Oliveri, and rounding out the top 10 from Hagersville, the 23 is Dusty DeBoer. Starting 11th from St. Anne's, the 34 is Randy Alway. Starting 12th from Waterdown, the 01 is Tristan De Silva. 13th from St. Catharines, the 2 Easy is Vincent Pagnotta. 14th from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. 15th from St. Catharines, the 4A is Mason Anderson. 16th from Leamington, the 88 is Steve Conway. 17th from Guelph, the 1 is Jason Tolton. And 18th from Brantford, the 1A is Ashton Dickey. Starting 19th in the 188 from Ohsweken, it's Paul Longboat. 20th from the 79 from Paris is Steve Miller. 21st from Ohsweken, the junior 188 is Delaney Longboat. Starting 22nd from Waterford, the 4 is Wade Thorne. 23rd from Beamsville, the 7B is Braden Cuse. 24th from Stratford, the 54 is Christopher French. 25th from Caledonia, the 11 is Mike Gibersons. 26th from York, the 9 is Tim DeBoer. 27th from Smithville, the 20J is Nathan Joyner, and scheduled to start 28th from Ohsweken, the 33 is Mark Martin. How many of them made the call?
Most.
27 of the. I think Mark Martin was the only one who didn't make it out.
Tonight, Brant Tree Service will give the 5th place finisher in this race an award, as well as there'll be a Baker's Dozen 13th place finisher award.
No, I don't think so. That's why it's open.
It says it's open. Well, if there was a place called Baker's Dozen, that'd be a phenomenal sponsor for 13th place.
It's like a meme I saw this week. Imagine how appreciative barn owls were when people invented the barn.
All right, ready to go with our first feature of the night. The HRW Automotive Mini Stocks ready to go green. Dave Hunsinger will wave the first feature green flag of 2023, and Evers is on the loud pedal quick.
Like he was shot out of a 4-cylinder cannon in the 265. Mike Evers out in front. Rothwell working up to the second position will battle side by side with Ohsweken down the backstretch in the 11E.
Off a corner 4, Mike Evers out in front. On the outside, Ohsweken will lead the lap. And here comes Clinton Barrick to the outside, looking for that second spot. Kyle Rothwell right in the middle. 3 cars stacked up that back there for that second spot, and it's Lubick and Hiller right behind them.
Mike Evers has won a number of features here at Ohsweken Speedway. He is such a gentleman, though, getting right out of the way on the straightaway. He's up to speed, just leaves a lot of racing room to the outside for others to share the racetrack with.
Ohsweken, Barrick 1 and 2, Rothwell in the third spot. Lubick's looked really good since the drop of the green flag in the qualifying heats. He's had it wound up on that outside line, and that's something we haven't said about a Mustang here at Ohsweken Speedway in a number of years.
No, you're absolutely right. Couple of drivers I'm watching for this season. We already talked about Nick Erskine in the 64. How about Ryan Hiller in that 21? Shows a lot of speed out there on a lot of weeks.
Oh, Erskine got the back end totally out of shape, gathers it back up. He'll check his heart rate. Getting reports there's a little bit of precipitation out there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Doesn't seem to be much just yet, but you mentioned Ryan Hiller. I really think he could be that driver that takes the next step and is the championship contender. Obviously, Kyle Rothwell is going to be tough, but Ryan Hiller's been piecing it together here year after year.
What a great crop of drivers. Tristan Da Silva as well in the 0-1 as Stephen Conway. Front end brakes on that 88 machine. Conway shoots up the racetrack, and that's going to draw a yellow flag.
Jason Tolton had come up lame as well. There we see the left front all curled over on the 88. Steve Conway.
Conway going to try to drive that back to the pits.
Jason Tolton to the pit area. So Jeff Ohsweken, Clinton Barrick, and Ryan Hiller, 1, 2, and 3 right now. John Lubick sits back in the 4th spot with Kyle Rothwell riding along in 5th. 5 on the board.
I got a note from Steve Shaw Jr. Note to self, make sure you're in the right gear before taking the green. So he was in the wrong gear. Lots of speed. We love it, folks. Just so you know, we really appreciate the number of messages we get through the night. We're all not always able to read them. We're not always able to reply. But I would say we pretty much do read them all because there's some great information there. Good look at our race leader, Jeff Ohsweken, and the Chicago Pneumatic 11E. Clinton Barrick still waiting for some vinyl love on that race car, or maybe he had some issues down at Merrittville Speedway in recent weeks. I'm not really sure, Greg.
There's Ryan Hiller. And that Cobra number 21H. Always a slick-looking ride. Very simple, just black with some very bright yellow vinyl, but easy to see and always fast. John Lubick in that 14. I don't think he's done yet, and I wouldn't count out Kyle Rothwell. Fabio's up there, Nick. I mean, this division just, even with Tyler LaFantasy gone this year, there's still a lot of drivers here that are very tough to beat.
Oh, big time. Longboat getting pushed off to the inside. That's Delaney Longboat in the junior 188. There might be some hard feelings with John Lubick and Ryan Hiller. Hiller moved up the racetrack on the back straightaway. I don't think he knew that John Lubick was there, but Lubick definitely was there. He had to bite the brakes to avoid getting squeezed into the concrete.
No Eric York tonight.
No, that's true.
I don't know what his plans are for 2023. That was kind of silent, but he was one that I expected this year to be a major contender.
Took a feature win last year. Not easy to do.
Green flag back in the air. Clinton Barrick out in front. Over Elslinger, 3 wide behind them.
I was watching Ryan Hiller to see what he might attack on this restart, but turn 1 and 2 did not go well for the driver of the 21 machine. He's fallen out of the top 5.
How about Dusty DeBoer? He's climbing his way up towards these leaders, and he's right in the thick of it, door to door with Fabio Oliveri. Ryan Hiller shuffled back now.
And Hiller under attack from Nick Erskine and Tristan Da Silva as he closes on the back end of Rothwell. But out in front, Clinton Barrick opening up a 6-car length advantage over second place. Jeff Elslinger in the 11. John Lubeck about 8 car lengths behind Elslinger as they're 3 wide off of turn number 2, deeper in the top 10. Mike Sarantakos in that purple number 6. Nick Erskine in the orange 64. Kyle Da Silva in the white and orange 0-1 up on the high side.
Nick Erskine really seems to be battling that race car, trying to hold on to as we got make that Guyberson hard to the wall in the backstretch. And down the track, there's going to be fluid coming from the backstretch wall all the way down to the entry of corner number 3 in the bottom.
It's an odd place to have crashed. So obviously, some sort of lane change going on in the back straightaway. Did not end well for the driver, who I believe has raced in every event since the Speedway opened.
Clinton Jeffrey just getting to the scene there, we see.
Yeah, guys, so the nose is all tore up here on the pinball machine. As you can imagine, the rad is knocked out. We got a bit of fluid on the ground. Safety coordinator Pat Quinn in there talking to the Mike Guyberson to make sure he's all right. We'll get a talk to the pinball here once he catches his breath and gets out, but appears to be all right. Talking here to Pat, and they'll make sure there's no problem under the hood. We'll jump in if we can, guys.
Mike Guyberson is one that we see rolling into the racetrack after everybody. After everybody else is already here, Mike Guyberson comes flying in, works a long day on Fridays, but always makes it out in time to go racing. And he earned the nickname the Pinball. That doesn't come free. He was involved in some mishaps early in his career where his little Chevette looked like a pinball bouncing around in the air between race cars.
I think Clint might be able to catch up with him here in a moment as you see him getting his gloves off there. And he's climbed out of the car, thankfully.
Mike's getting the visor up here and pulls the glasses off. We'll see if he pulls the helmet off or not. Pinball, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Clinton.
Looked like a tough hit, though, and this 11 car has been running pretty good for you. You have to get some work done this week, though, to get back out there.
Yeah, it was working pretty good up until then.
All right, buddy, jump in the tow truck. We'll get you on the way. How about a hand for Mike Guyberson, ladies and gentlemen? As Adam mentioned earlier, he's been here every single race we've ever had at Ohsweken Speedway in a mini stock, and that's a heck of a record.
Did I really call Tristan Da Silva Kyle Da Silva?
I rarely listen to what you say, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Your dinner's ready, though. I heard your...
That's my work phone. I'll turn the dinger off. That was my boss calling me to tell me the mistakes I'm making on the feed.
No, my phone's in my pocket.
You just got owned.
I kind of did, didn't I? That's all right.
Well, looks like we're going to take a quick commercial break here on GeForce TV. We'll be back with a mini stock feature.
Here we go, back to the green flag. Barrick and Ohsweken out in front. Dusty DeBoer has worked his way now to the top three. Ohsweken takes that interesting line into corner number one, cut off DeBoer. That kind of slowed his progress. Oh, baby.
Wow. Nick Erskine gets turned, does the sportsmanlike thing, keeps that car rolling, contact with Wade Thorne in the 4, puts Nick Erskine all the way to the back. Clinton Barrick still out in front. Jeff Ohsweken second in the 11, and they are almost 3 wide for third. Fabio Oliveri looked to the inside, didn't make the move. Instead, it's Kyle Rothwell and DeBoer in the 23.
Yeah, things are getting heated here as the caution flag will come back out.
So I'm going to go back and look at more of my messages to see what other mistakes I've made tonight. Nick Erskine, that could have been bad. He scrubbed off enough speed.
So Erskine into the pit area, that back bumper hanging off. Clinton Barrick, your leader over Jeff Ohsweken. Dusty DeBoer in the third spot. Here's a replay. Oh, Erskine bounced off the wall. I think what happens, he bounced off the wall, and as the car came back down, it clipped the front end of Wade Thorne and turned him.
And you know, when you catch something but you don't see all of it,
yeah,
you sometimes get the wrong idea. Nice when we can have these replays. Let's give a quick shout out to Jerry Angel with Memphis and Abby watching from Westburn, Manitoba. Donovan Price, don't say you wish you made the trip. Never regret it. If you think about coming to the races, always make the choice and come to the races. Just like all of you sitting in these grandstands tonight, you did the right thing. We're having a good time.
White flag is out. We'll come back to it next time around with 9 on the board. Ohsweken, Barrick at the front. Dusty DeBoer. The DeBoers always come, Dusty and Tim, with new paint jobs every year, mimicking classic paint schemes from the past. That one there is the Jeremy Mayfield, John Andretti RCA car that Cale Yarborough owned. The number 98 back in the day.
That car had some success.
Yeah. Victories for both drivers, I do believe.
Before we go back to green, happy 13th anniversary to Lightning Tom Cole and Lois Cole, May 16th.
Green is out, and it is getting busy here. Yellow is out.
Yeah, Doug did not like that as soon as they went 3 and 4 wide. Let's listen.
When we start this race, you guys start jumping positions halfway back, and I'll start banging spots. It is the same lineup we just had. We will come back to it. It'll be 1 to go at the line.
Sometimes I just got to give it right from the horse's mouth. You know, Doug Leonard getting a little frustrated at these guys. He just spent 3 laps under caution telling them how it was going to be. And as soon as they went to the green, they lost the script.
Clint, what's the alternative to the horse's mouth?
Try to get me in trouble on night one.
Is that Greg or me? Or is it you?
What's the opposite of the horse's mouth?
Yeah.
That would be its tail.
So it's you, Adam. It's you.
There you go. Okay. All right. I was just asking. Inquiring minds wanted to know.
That restart was messy. We just watched the replay, and it was...
Well, let's refresh for the fans who don't know what Ohsweken. Once the leader goes, the green flag follows him. So you are allowed to move out, fan out, do what you need to do, but that was ultra messy. Here we go, guys.
That's better.
Yeah, that's a lot cleaner this time.
That was a big break for Nick Erskine, who hadn't got back for the last restart, I don't think, but he did get out for this one. Barrick out in front. Ohsweken and Rothwell side by side for second, and Dusty DeBoer in that 23 looking for places to go up there, the top 4, with a little gap over Mike Sarantakos and Ryan Hiller making a comeback, Greg.
Barrick and Rothwell going at it for the win. Ohsweken and Dusty DeBoer back there side by side.
Trying to catch those top two. Ohsweken broke something down in 1 and 2.
I believe Ohsweken might have a flat right rear tire. That car just
stopped. Well, he's going to keep going. Now the caution comes out.
To his defense, Ohsweken started to go before the yellow was called. Or not, Doug Leonard.
Causing a yellow.
Doug Leonard sending the 11E to the pits for causing a yellow.
So, yes, the clear is the black flag from starter Dave Huntsinger. And, yeah, you guys know if you get a flat, you got to keep rolling. You can't just stop and bring out a yellow. And as soon as Doug Leonard dropped the yellow, he drove away. And anybody who's been here for more than a month is going to know that that is a no-go.
So good night comes to a bad ending here for Jeff Ohsweken.
Yeah, how unfortunate, because, you know, we had been fairly critical of Jeff Ohsweken too, and I think for good reason last season. Some over-aggressive driving, and some of it I think was him not quite knowing racecraft just yet. But he was looking great out there tonight, racing well, racing hard, up there in the top 3.
Kind of clumped we into that. I don't remember being critical of him.
You wouldn't voice an opinion if someone shoved it in your mouth.
I'd make a great politician.
The Switzerland of the announcing world.
Sit on the fence.
I shouldn't say that. You do a wonderful job. You don't give a lot of opinions, but I make up for it or fall back from it.
I figure I don't even care about my opinion. Why would anyone else?
My grandfather had a sign in his basement. He had a bunch of signs with old sayings on them, but my favorite was, "Every ass loves to hear himself bray." I've lived by that.
See, I've never felt it's the play-by-play guy's job to give the opinion. That's the color guy. And you're the colorful one. I am not.
You're the spare mic tonight.
I'm as pale as they come in personality and skin tone.
Wade Thorne, little bumper happy, gets into the back of Ryan Hiller. That's a battle a little deeper in the top 10. Out in front, Kyle Rothwell gets around Barrick for the time being, but Barrick will take the spot back at the stripe. Dusty DeBoer in the 23. He's there now, running in the 3rd spot, all but pushing Clinton Barrick through turn 2.
So it's Rothwell, Barrick, DeBoer, and then it's 3 wide for the 4th spot. Sarantakos, De Silva, Hiller right there. Wade Thorne's in the mix. He came out of the B main. Fabio Oliveri's right there.
It's not like Fabio Oliveri in the last year or two to push his way up into the top 5 and then fall back, Greg.
No, that has not been his style. He's right there trying to dig back up towards the top 5. Nick Erskine's trying to battle his way back up through the field after problems. And, you know, he might not end up with too bad of a finish here, and it's race 1. So a championship that could have been lost here tonight. He's salvaging it, trying to move up through the field.
White flag going to come out. One more lap to go in our first feature of 2023, the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks.
Well, Kyle Rothwell looks like he might be on his way to a victory with Clinton Barrick right behind. Barrick's been out in front for much of this race, but Rothwell, when it counted, now the caution's out before the checkered.
Mike Evers against the wall in turn 4. Sort of out of my line of sight here. There's a pillar there between me and Mike Evers.
Tim DeBoer, Braden Cuse heading to the pit area. You know, when Kyle Rothwell pulls into the racetrack, you expect Kyle Rothwell to probably win or come close to it. And it looked like he was about to take the checkered flag, and I was going to say, you know, Kyle Rothwell may walk away with this, but for much of this race, I didn't think Kyle Rothwell was going to win it. He's made the right moves at the right time when it counted, got by Clinton Barrick, And he's right there at the front now, but he's got to hold on for one more lap.
Barrick didn't look passable for the longest time. Barrick didn't look like anybody had anything for that race leader.
Guys, I got something cool here. Sorry to cut you off. Mike Evers, look at this. The wheel broke right off of the shaft in the car. And that's going to cause him some issues here, guys, as we try and get the light on here.
Pretty sure he didn't think it was
Bet
cool.
you that's cooler to you than it is to Mike.
So there, all the 3 bolts have sheared right off. And you see Mike hold it. Climb out of there, Mike. So there's the steering wheel. Mike, give me the wheel. Let's see the wheel there. So there you go, guys. The bolts have sheared right off the wheel. Michael, not a great feeling, right?
Well, Clint, it's very difficult to steer without a steering wheel.
He said it's very difficult to steer without a steering wheel, guys.
Clint, those bolts didn't shear off. The nuts backed off because the bolts are still there full length.
Yeah, I'm trying to look, and all the threads still looks in good place, so I concur.
Yeah, so the nuts behind them, and we had the same thing last year, but you've got to wire those, or those are important nuts. Those are a race car driver's second most important nuts.
Mike says it picked a fine time to leave him loose wheel, right, Mike?
A fine gentleman is Mike Evers.
That got a laugh. I heard that. Somebody out there was liking that joke.
Some Darrell Waltrip fans in the house.
Timely.
Mike Evers still has the positivity to wave to the crowd. Give him a wave, folks. Give him a shout or a clap. Mike Evers been doing this for a long time, always with a smile on his face. This will set up another restart in the Cargo Ease restart zone. We've had 14 yellow flags, and I've remembered Cargo Ease at least twice, Greg.
And that's 2 more times than I have.
It's not a bad batting average for a pitcher. Oh, there's a lot of racing still to come tonight. The UMP Modifieds are up next, but first, we've got to finish this mini stock feature event. This should be a green and white simultaneously. Dave Huntinger, can you wave 2 flags at the same time?
He's not listening.
He's got the checkered flag in one hand, so this could get really confusing.
Green, white, checkered. Here we go. Clinton Barrick right there in the back bumper of Kyle Rothwell coming back to the green flag. Who's going to be the first winner of 2023?
Barrick with a great restart all over the back end of Rothwell. Peels to the inside into turn number 1. Oh, contact.
Talk about opening the door for Dusty DeBoer. He slips right through the middle.
It's good. DeBoer to the lead in the 23. Tristan De Silva, Wade Thorne go through for second and third. They race to the stripe. It'll be DeBoer, De Silva, Serentakos, Wade Thorne. Holy moly, what a finish. Kyle Rothwell finished 8th. Clinton Barrick, I don't believe, finished in the top 10.
Oh, Lubeck goes around.
Wasn't the checkered flag last lap?
I've lost track.
Clinton,
they were coming to the white flag. It was green, white, checkered.
Well, how often do we run a 16-lap mini stock race?
Tonight, 16 laps.
Now let's ask the boss. Clinton Jeffrey, did we develop overtime rules over the offseason? I don't watch the rules meetings.
Hold on, I'm texting you to what you did wrong. No, that was a green, white, checker, and you muffed the call.
Why is it? Why? What, we go to overtime now?
I don't know. It was a green, white, checkered finish.
We ran 16 laps.
Hey, what do you
look at the scoreboard? 16 laps.
Hey, what do you guys think about a start finish?
I'm not trying to cause problems for Doug. If you want to start that battle night 1, you're welcome to it.
So the general manager does not know if we run overtime or either way. It was the same leader at lap 15 as it was lap 16.
We don't run overtime. But if you want to continue to cause problems for Doug, you're not going to make many friends in that tower.
If I'm John Lubeck, I want to get paid for where I crossed the line on lap 15, not lap 16.
Oh, my. You're just mad because you muffed the call on the last lap.
I'm not mad.
You missed the white. I missed it too, just so you know, so don't feel bad.
Hey, I'm just an announcer.
See, Spencer did too. Well, they were all beating and banging, and I just thought they were coming to the checkered flag, but nonetheless, Dusty DeBoer gets the win. Oh.
I'm not checking my phone for another. Yeah, I am.
Oh. It's like being the kid when mom and dad are fighting. It's awesome just listening.
It's all good. Just keep smiling.
There's your power cord back, Adam.
Thank you.
I just want to give it back to you for when they throw you out of the tower. That was phenomenal. What a finish. I'm sure Kyle Rothwell and Clinton Barrick don't think it was phenomenal, but that was entertaining. As we get ready for the UMP Modifieds versus the Canadian Modifieds, 25 laps of distance on the pole. Out of South Woodsley in car number 14, it's Mario Toniolo. In the second spot. Out of Essex, Patrick Lajeunesse in the 98. In the third starting position from Leamington, the 09D, that'll be Joel Dick. Rolling off fourth out of Youngsville, Pennsylvania, the 27 Rex, it's Steve Rex. And starting in fifth, from Trenton in car number 51, it's Mike Freeman. Going sixth, out of Blenheim in the 00, it's Jim Dale. Seventh from Ohsweken in car number 0, Glenn Stiers. Rolling off eighth out of Fenton, Missouri, car number 9, Kenny Schrader. And going from ninth out of Comer, Ontario, the 5X, Tim Richardson. Starting 10th out of Wallaceburg, the 28K, Tate O'Leary. And in 11th from Norwood, car 50, Dylan Boyle. Starting 12th out of Trenton, car number 1, Sean Gregory. In the 13th starting spot from Napanee, the 32 of Doug O'Blennis. 14th spot out of Brighton, car number 5, Wally Alderdice. 15th out of Wooler, the 07, Curtis King. 16th out of Pontypool, the 09, is Dan Price, the Cowboy. And in the 17th starting spot from Oshawa, the 41 of Corey Halbert. 18th spot out of Albion, Pennsylvania, it's Dennis Lunger in the 71L. Dennis DiSorano in the 69. Leslie Turcotte Mowat in the 2. And Caleb O'Leary in the 28. Green flag for the UMP Canadian Modified feature event.
Clean start down into turn number 1. Down the backstretch they go. Toniolo in the 14 leading the way. They are 2 wide, 3 wide, everyone looking for room. Glenn Stiers with that zero machine pitch hard sideways.
Ken Schrader on the move up to the 4th spot. He gets up to the outside of Joel Dick in the 090 as they come off of corner number 4. Toniolo out in front. Over Dick, Lajeunesse in the 4th position, in the 3rd spot. Then it's Ken Schrader in that Federated Auto Parts number 9. He'll take it 3 wide off the 2nd corner. Joel Dick to the 2nd spot.
Toniolo completely lost the nose of his race car in turn 2. I can't believe he didn't lose more of his lead there, but Ken Schrader closing in that Federated Auto Parts number 9 up on the high side looking pretty. He'll sweep around to the lead off of turn number 2.
So Ken Schrader out of Fenton, Missouri takes the top spot, comes off of corner number 4 at Toniolo now in 2nd. Joel Dick in 3rd. Lajeunesse holding down the 4th spot.
Whoa, Glenn Stiers up over the bank, and in turn number 2, he gathers it in time to make the corner. Loses a little bit of ground out there as Ken Schrader out in front by half a straightaway over Toniolo. Joel Dick running in the 3rd spot. Not really able to close in. There's a bump in turn 1 that Joel Dick is really struggling with. He's under attack from Steve Rex. Rex to the inside of the 09.
Yeah, Rex riding down right tight along the wall, comes off the corner, but Joel Dick with the momentum on the outside has the spot at the line. It's all Ken Schrader beginning to catch the back end of the field as he works through corner number 3.
Schrader on cruise control, goes down to the bottom of the racetrack to get around Leslie Turcotte Mowat. Next in line, it's Dan Price in the 09. Schrader will go back to the high side where he's been running. Doug O'Blennis looked like he was off the pace there in turn 4. Schrader had to take evasive action.
Schrader down into corner number 3 by O'Blennis and Price and Leslie Turcotte Mowat. As Rex right now and Richardson, the best battle on the track as they go at it behind Tony Olo in the second spot. Oh, Joel Dick to the infield.
Dick to the infield, and Glenn Stiers and Mike Freeman just had a really close call off of turn number 4 as the laps continue to click away. 10 laps complete, and Ken Schrader leads by, my goodness, 8 seconds over Tony Olo.
11 laps go on the board this time by, so 14 left. As Ken Schrader threads the needle, he'll go to the outside of Sean Gregory down the backstretch.
Schrader to the high side through 3 and 4, then dips low down the front stretch to go around O'Leary in the 28 machine. Next in line for Schrader will be Curtis King and Patrick Lajeunesse, 2 drivers battling for the 7th position.
Like, we've seen Ken Schrader win here on numerous occasions, but he is really putting a hurting on this field tonight. That car is hooked up.
Yeah, we've never seen him stomp the field like this. He is putting on a clinic. But a straightaway behind the boss, Glenn Stiers, as Stiers getting sideways through 3 and 4. Schrader back to the high side. Now the line Schrader's running up high in 3 and 4 looks smooth as glass. Now maybe it's not quite as smooth as it appears.
So second place right now is in corner 3. Ken Schrader's just rolling through 2. So that's how quickly he's marching through this field right now as he's trying to catch Mike Freeman and Glenn Stiers. Second place is Richardson in the 5X. He's in corner 2 now.
I kind of want to see him lap the field.
I mean, why not, right?
You know, once you get out this far, 10 laps to go. He's a straightaway behind second place as Richardson works through turn number 2. Schrader's going into turn 1.
It's probably been a long time since we've seen anyone lap a field here.
I can't remember it happening.
But you can't remember last week, so.
Yeah, I don't remember what I had for lunch.
Second place goes into corner 3 right now. Ken Schrader again just rolling off of corner number 2. Tim Richardson's got that second spot as he works by Wally Alderdice. Tony Olo in 3rd, Rex in 4th. Glenn Stiers now up to the 5th position. 6th is Freeman, and then it's the leader, Ken Schrader. I think he's running out of time. Well, no, caution. Caution's going to come, so there goes that, I think.
Yep, trouble in turn number 2.
And there's some sort of debris down there in 3 and 4 I thought I saw.
Oh, yeah. It almost looks like something on the glass in front of us, but I think you're right. Does it look blue to you?
It's blue. All right, field getting sorted back out. Ken Schrader, the man to beat right now. Tim Richardson's going to get a chance to catch the leader. 6 cars on the lead lap. I believe it should be Richardson, Toniolo, Rex, Stiers, and Mike Freeman.
Curtis King was the first car a lap down. I believe not sure if they're asking to give him his lap back or if just to know that's the first car a lap down when they go to line up for this restart.
It's like the 50-50 number being brought to us here. Uh-oh. Draw us a number there, Darren. We're going to give away the 50-50 prize here tonight. I do not have a total. Do we have that?
The last total I saw was $690.
Well, how do you rate? I didn't get a... I got cut out?
Are you not on the group text? Mass text. Are any of those your phone numbers?
I don't know. Am I on the... Nope, none of those are mine. All right, what do we got, Darren? Winning 50-50, 111-972. 111-972. 111-972. That's the winning 50-50 number. A little bit of precipitation coming down. Been fighting this all night. Ken Schrader leading the way, coming back to the green flag. Richardson, Rex, Toniolo, Stiers, and Freeman. Those 6 cars, lead lap cars, the rest all down.
Front of the field works into 1 and 2. Schrader with a good launch up on the high side. Glenn Stiers and Freeman still mixing it up out there off of turn number 2.
Six laps left to go for Kenny Schrader out of Fenton, Missouri, looking to get back to Ohsweken Speedway victory lane. He has been hooked up and gone all night. Just no one can touch that number 9 machine. Tim Richardson's been solidly in second. How about Glenn Stiers? Powers his way to third.
Works his way to the outside around Toniolo and Steve Rex up to the 3rd spot. Now he'll set his sights on Tim Richardson. 4 laps to go for Schrader at the stripe in that 9 machine. Can Glenn Stiers catch up to 2nd place?
He's going to try and close the gap. Leslie Turcotte mow it off to the pit area. Here comes Schrader through 3 and 4. Richardson has that 2nd spot. Stiers closing the gap. He's got something working on that outside line. Oh, gets it sideways and holds on.
Nice save, boss. Loses all that ground to Richardson. Still out ahead of Rex, though, for that 3rd position as we've got 2 laps to go for Schrader with a straightaway advantage over Richardson, who now has half a straightaway over Glenn Stiers.
Glenn's really taken a shining to these cars. He does well when he drives them, and he doesn't run them that often, but does a very nice job as he's running in that 3rd spot. White flag out for Ken Schrader. Some debris up there in 3 being tossed around, but I think we're going to stay green to finish this one out.
Looks that way. The white hanky continues to fly. Schrader into 3 and 4 for the last time. Heads up to the outside. Works that debris down into the clay. He'll take the checkered. Kenny Schrader for the win. Tim Richardson 2nd. Glenn Stiers rounds out the top 3. Steve Rex 4th. And Mario Toniolo 5th.
Oh, wow. Sean Gregory almost got collected there down in corner number 4. That was a close call. I think it's Patrick Lajeunesse got sideways. Yeah, it is the 98. That was a close call there. Driver's side door open.
problem for Freeman at the track exit, and I'm not sure exactly what the issue is there. Okay, good. He's not blocking the exits. They're all able to make it off. As we look at Glenn Stiers, this might be a replay of a great save. Wow.
That's about as sideways as you can get before the back end goes around. So nice save by the boss there.
I would say so. Well, the UMP modifieds are over and done. Next on the card is the Crate Sprints, 28 cars strong, about to roll onto the racetrack.
Well, I think we'll read that 50-50 number one more time, Darren, if you have that. Also want to wish a happy birthday to Alan. Hope you had a good time tonight at the races from your family in London. And the 50-50 number, 111-972, 111-972. We'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV. Be back with a great sprint car feature.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Ohsweken Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on G-Force TV, 26th season opener here at the Big O. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. So we're getting ready. 3 features to go. It's the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car A-Main.
Here's how they'll line up on the pole from Woodstock. The 29W is Tyler Ward. Starting second from Wainfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Rolling off third from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. Fourth from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Starting fifth from Harrisburg, the 14W is Greg Wilson. Starting sixth from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. Starting seventh from Mississauga, the 4 is the highlight man, Mac Demand. Starting eighth from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Starting ninth from Ohsweken, the 28 is Cameron Thompson. Starting 10th from Bowmanville, the 31 is Dale Curran. Starting 11th from Beachville, the 00 is DJ Christie. Starting 12th from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Starting 13th from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Starting 14th from Brantford, the 69K is Ken Hamilton. Starting 15th from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Starting 16th from Port Perry, the 4B is Darryl Pelletier. Starting 17th from Kitchener, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Starting 18th from St. Catharines, the 2S is Al Slate. 19th in the 94 from Rockwood, it's Ryan Fraser. And starting 20th from Ohsweken, the 420 is Victor Bomberry. 21st from Wainfleet, the 72 is Tanner Podwinski. 22nd from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. 23rd from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. 24th from Burlington, the 11 is Jeremy Hughes. In 25th, it's the Iceman. Number 20 from Six Nations, Johnny Miller. 26th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. 27th from Ridgeway, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. 28th from Cortland, the 5 is Tom Pelizzari. That's how they're scheduled to line up in this Crate Sprint Car feature event. 20 laps will be the distance. for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprints.
Tonight, the fifth place finisher will receive an award from Bristol Motors RV.
There's an RV. It's ours. You know what makes me sad, Greg?
Leftovers?
No, that's reason to celebrate. That Randy Quaid seems like he's not a very nice guy. They get themselves into some legal troubles, don't they?
You're heartbroken that an actor isn't a nice guy?
You want him to be a nice guy? Because
they're actors.
Well, he could act nice then, instead of getting himself into so much trouble.
Maybe you should pick better idols.
Well, there's that.
Did you tear down your cousin Eddie poster?
I had better idols.
Found out he was
Burt Reynolds and Jerry Reed died. I was left with nothing.
All right, first crate sprint feature of the year here at the Big O. Tyler Ward, Brett Stratford, both looking for their first feature wins, both very capable. They've got a wily veteran right behind them in Jesse Costa in that 52, and another driver. One spot next to him, that 3S Asta Rosa could very well get his first win here tonight.
Slow and steady, Tyler Ward in the 29, Brett Stratford in the 39. Green flag is out. We're underway in the crate sprints.
Oh, wow, some hopping and bopping down there in corner number one. Tyler Ward did a nice job to keep that car going straight. Stratford tucks in behind Austin Rose in that Bobcat of Brantford 3S.
Ken Hamilton in the 69K. It's deep in the field, but he struggled there in that first lap. He's holding a steady line, but dropping through the field quickly. Cameron Thompson just about came together with Darrell Peltier midway through the pack, but out in front, it's Austin Rose leading the way.
I'm really not sure how they all got through corner number one that last time. It's been a little sketchy down there. It's bumpy. Here's a spin. Tanner Podwinski goes around, and nice job by all.
Whew.
Wow.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me.
There is a bump and a half that is formed down there on the inside line, and on that initial green flag, Tyler Ward caught that and almost toppled his beautifully wrapped race car. And Tanner Podwinski has a similar situation there. He comes to a stop, and thankfully everyone avoids calamity.
You know, and that's part of the game with sprint car racing, is finding the best line. And really it starts with taking the treacherous line and taking it out of the equation, Greg.
Austin Rose quickly jumped out to the early lead there, and he could very well be one of those contenders this year out of the Nathan Ackland Racing stable. Bobcat of Brantford on that number 3S. And this offseason, Nathan Ackland Racing with Awesome Rose and Corey Turner. Corey running in the 360s, combining efforts along with the Oakwood Transport Group of Eric Gledhill, who moves up to the 360s, along with Larry Gledhill here in the crates, and Jesse Costa. And someone like Jesse Costa, I think, is going to bring a wealth of knowledge to someone like Austin Rose and even Larry Gledhill, who's come a long ways as well. But Jesse Costa, having so much experience here, always being a contender, brings a lot to that. And Corey Turner into the mix as well is going to help this group. So you want a great five-car organization.
Absolutely. You want to hear an interesting statistic, Greg?
Sure.
Because we love stats. If you take 10 feature wins from last year, that's how many drivers are no longer racing in the crate division.
Oh, really?
10 wins from last year.
Oh, so Darren Dryden, Lucas Smith, Mike Bowman,
And Eric Ledhill.
Oh, no, I guess 11.
Yeah. Wow.
Isn't that something? 11 of the 12 wins last year have moved on to greener pastures.
The door she be wide open, folks.
It is so. The throne is there for the taking. Who is going to sit upon it?
So unfortunately tonight, not able to take a trip down to Quick Victory Lane with our winners. Hopefully we'll be able to do something at the end of the night if we can get this show completely in the books. But first and foremost, we want to complete the races, and we can do Victory Lane next week.
Man, oh man, I'll tell you, this is why you come to the track, Greg.
Yeah.
What a job by the officials. What a job by these drivers. And thank you so much to the fans who came out on a night that didn't look very likely.
Just want to say, under caution, we're asking the drivers, gives us thumbs up and thumbs down, whether they feel safe out there. 90% of them said we're good to keep going, guys. The track has not gone. Here we go. Austin Rose brings us back to green.
And he jumps out to a good size advantage over Brett Stratford.
Oh,
boy, Jesse Costa. He hit that bump and somehow saved it.
I don't know how that car stayed on its wheels. Man, he's still bouncing around in 3 and 4. He's a magnet to those bumps.
Seeing that, the first thing I think of is that hard hit he took on his back at Humberstone. That could not have felt great down there in corner 1. He is holding on out there.
No, you would think it would not. Exactly the same thing that went through my mind.
Once you've had a back injury, it's hard to ever 100% recover from that. And that was a hard hit there for Jesse Costa, but he's tucked in behind Mac DeMann as Austin Rose begins to lap the field. He's got Cam McKinnon just to the inside of him. He'll put a lap down. Brett Stratford riding in second, and Murdoch up to the 3rd spot.
This is what's going to determine a lot of wins this year, is how a driver can work through lap traffic. Austin Rose doing a nice job as we've got one slow on the racetrack, comes back onto the racing surface, in fact.
Ashton Van Every got high up there in corner number 2, off the banking, and came right back down on the track. He's got nose wing damage on the front of that 77E. As the leaders work by him, Murdoch will get around the 77 machine. Leader in some heavy traffic. He's got Podwinski right in front of him.
He had to take evasive action to avoid Podwinski. He wanted to go to the outside, but that groove is taken by Travis Hofstetter. Then he shoots the middle between Podwinski and Hofstetter.
Van Every will peel off into the infield, so he'll go off track as Austin Rose to the outside of Sheldon Bender. Now to the inside of 4-barrel Darrell Peltier and catching Jeremy Hughes. So Austin Rose trying to distance himself from second place Brett Stratford, who's about to have some company. Steve Murdoch is right there now.
Murdoch working the back end of the BS 39 down into turn number 1, drives to the inside. He's able to get that car planted and turn down the racetrack. So give the second spot to Steve Murdoch.
Austin Rose across the line as your leader through thick traffic. Murdoch, then it's the BS 39 of Brett Stratford. Mac DeMann right now running in the 4th spot, and 5th is Tyler Ward.
Jeremy Hughes pulls that 11 machine down to the infield. Something amiss on that race car. He gets out of harm's way. We're able to stay under green. Austin Rose with nearly a full straightaway advantage.
Off of corner 4, across the stripe another time goes Austin Rose into corner number 1. Trouble for Trevor Young in the backstretch. He was slow. Gathers back up that steam as the leader works around Greg Wilson in corner number 3.
Wilson caught a bump in 1 and 2. I thought he was going to land in the lap of Austin Rose there. Things worked out for both. Whoa, Rose gets up in the air, just about threw it away.
Wow, 14 on the board, 6 to go, 5 this time for leader Austin Rose, and he almost didn't make it to the line this time after that bounce down in corner number 1 of that CarStar Brantford 3S.
You've got to miss those bumps. We got one pitching it sideways. Wow, nice save.
Victor Bomberry gathers that back up, keeps us under the green flag.
Leader at the line now with 4 laps left to go.
And the cars are hitting those bumps all over the place. Nice save by Ken Hamilton. Got squirrely in the 69, was able to gather that up. So gaining that valuable experience behind the wheel of the 69 as Austin Rose kicks it sideways in turn 4.
Awesome Rose just digging hard. Steve Murdoch trying to close the gap. I think he has a little bit, but time is winding down. Austin Rose in that 3S. 2 laps left to go from his first career win.
To the outside.
Oh, loose wheel up over the hay bales and back onto the racetrack. Puts us under the caution flag.
Pellizzari.
Yeah, Pellizzari loses the right front on the 5 machine.
How do you lose a right front tire and not barrel roll 50 times? Like going into a corner, you would think that frame would have dug in. That is a fortunate turn of events, all things considered. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
I didn't see how he got to where he ended up. He's right behind a pillar in my side of view, so I couldn't even see the car, but not sure if we'll get to see that on any sort of angle.
Well, guys, we're here on the scene, and the spindle has just come loose. So the hub has come off the spindle here on the right front.
Oh, wow, the whole assembly.
Yeah, so you normally have your hub assembly on here. This is threaded with a safety pin. So the safety pin has gone out of there. The nut has backed off, and the whole hub assembly has come off the front axle. We'll take you around and show you what the other side looks like so you can compare it. Well, a little bit tougher to see here. But if you look at the left front here, this whole hub section has gone away, and it's just the snout where this whole center hub is gone.
So that's a heavy assembly that left. I mean, it's heavy enough when it's just a tire and a wheel. I guess those hubs aren't real heavy on a sprint car, but it's a lot more mass.
Well, the other thing we want to look at, guys, a quick Case IH track report. The track is getting very holy. Look at some of these ruts down here. First night, this is hard packed. This has been broken up. So every time the cars come through, it throws the dust over there and digs more out of that crevice. So this is an issue where after a couple weeks, we'll be able to get this packed and back in. Going to be a wild 2 finishers to go here, guys.
Kudos. That was your use of the word crevice and how uncomfortable it made Greg look up here in the tower just made my night. My whole career here is to make Greg Calvin have to leave the microphone. Like speechless.
It was just the look on your face.
It was bang on the money. This is why we can't say nice things, Greg. You can't handle it.
Oh, Adam.
Well, Tom Pellizzari started shotgun on the field, dead last. It looks like he will finish in the 25th position as he gets towed off the racetrack.
Well, 2 laps left to go, and Austin Rose was in a pretty comfortable spot in his quest for his first feature win. And Steve Murdoch was charging but was running out of time. Now all that's evaporated, and he's going to have a clear shot at Austin Rose. And then you've got that wily veteran, Mac DeMann. How many feature wins in the crate sprints?
A lot. Mac DeMann with 13 wins in the crate sprint car division.
So we definitely can't count him out in the Leach Performance Engines Bar Motorsports number 4. Brett Stratford's still there.
And I'll tell you, it's obvious that the line Austin Rose wants to run is flirting with that rut in turn 1. The fact that he's hit it a couple of times tells us that's where he feels his car is the best, is real close to that rut. So if he's going to try to win this race, which I'm sure he is, we're going to see him get all kinds of hairy down in turn 1. What can Murdoch do? What can Mac DeMann do? 2 laps to go.
Green flag back out. Good restart once again for Austin Rose, and he hops the bump down there, keeps it clean. Down the backstretch he goes.
He didn't take his foot out of it, keeps his foot buried on the loud pedal. The white flag is out. 1 more lap to go, and he's got a hefty advantage over Steve Murdoch.
Whoa, bobble down there in corner number 1. Oh, what up and over. Hard flip down there in corner number 1 and 2.
Is that Rob Neely?
Rob Neely.
Oh, we got another one up and over.
Is that Greg? Well,
Either Greg Wilson or
Yeah,
it's Greg
Wilson.
Wilson. It's Rob Neely tosses that steering wheel out of his 74.
2 top wings tonight for Rob Neely. What a heartbreak.
Such a great race. You know, there were some new racers. There were some veteran racers coming back like Greg Wilson.
Top 3 to the scales. It'll be the 3S, the 2, and the 4 to the scales.
So they're going to call that official. Austin Rose will be your winner. His first career crate sprint car victory. I'm sure someone over there in the pits, Nathan Acklin, is pretty happy right now.
Absolutely. A well-deserved victory, a tough racetrack. Man, Greg Wilson, that car coming back on its wheels. Rob Neely's car coming back on his wheels. Clinton Jeffrey is down there surveying the situation. The safety crew's immediately on the scene, and Clint's about to cue up his mic. We'll send it trackside.
Yeah, Rob Neely out of the car, which is a good sign. The 74 driver out of it and taking the helmet off, obviously dejected, and not the welcome back Greg Wilson wanted in his sprint car, as they have destroyed this beautiful 14W. But that'll be it. As Doug said, we're going to check this one here. They had half a lap to go, and we'll call that one official. We still have 2 features to go. The Thunderstock's figured out. We'll try and get a word here. I got Rob Neely here. Rob, are you okay? Tough night for you, obviously. 2 top wings and probably a bit more stuff.
Yeah, the car took a tumble. Someone was on the outside where they shouldn't have been. Then I hit this groove, and track's really rough tonight. Needs better preparation for sure. I just want to thank Radio Shuttle, Hot Tubs, my crew, EAB, guys back in Sweden. You're watching. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the crowd for sticking out for this rain. We'll be back. I'm going to Bali on Tuesday, so I won't be here for 2 weeks. So I'll worry about when I get back.
You're smiling a little bit, though. He's all right, ladies and gentlemen. Let him know you appreciate that he's still good to go. We'll get up here and have a look at the Wilson 14W. Jackie, come on over here with me. Up to you guys for a minute.
Yeah, Rob Neely, a seasoned veteran. And, you know, going on vacation for 2 weeks, he realizes he was half a lap from getting to go on vacation, and all he had to do was polish that race car.
That won't buff out.
Greg Wilson, the veteran here from the early days of the Sportsman. His welcome back, not so good. Top wing munched, front wing munched, but we'll have to see what else is wrong. Got some suspension trouble on the back end of that, and they'll likely have to pick this one up from the back. The Thunderstocks are getting lined up, guys. We'll get this cleared up, and we'll be right back. Spencer, good time for a commercial break.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy, crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Ohsweken Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway here on GeForce TV. The Crate Sprint Car feature event has been declared official. They were half a lap from the end when we had a couple of cars tumble down in corner number 1. You see Greg Wilson there in that purple number 14W and Rob Neely in the 74 closest here to the camera. And we're just cleaning that up, and then we'll get into the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock division with their feature event and cap things off with the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Car main event. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and a busy weekend for you guys as you head to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park and Sunset this weekend. Things have been changed, as you were saying, at Sunset this weekend for the APC Series.
Yeah, they've moved their Spring Velocity weekend from a Saturday-Sunday event to a Sunday-Monday event, so the APC race will be Sunday evening. You can watch that live on GeForce TV. I'll be over at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park tomorrow for practice and qualifying for the NASCAR Pinty Series. Clint has some corporate events going on here at the Speedway tomorrow, and then he'll be at CTMP Sunday, where we will call the eBay Motors 200, and then we will drive responsibly over to Innisfil, Ontario, not in a hurry at all, in time to call the APC Dayco 150, the first race with more than 100 lap scheduled distance in the APC Series, 150 laps.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out, different strategies. And Sunset always puts on some of the best APC Series races. The drama right down to the end is it never ends, and it's going to be a good one. You can watch it here on GeForce TV on Sunday night.
I'll tell you, the crowd last week at Sunset was rocking. That was the best crowd I've ever seen there.
What a finish.
Yeah, it was a pretty exciting finish. We talked about it Tuesday night on the show. Anytime you see pictures of a finish and the crowd's in the stands with their hands in the air cheering and yelling, you know it's been a good show.
So Greg Wilson, Rob Neely on the hook, and going back to the pit area there, you see the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks lined up and ready to go for their feature event. And still pressing on with weather threatening all night long, and the fact that we've gotten this far is more than I ever thought we would get, but we're happy we've gotten this far. Let's finish it off with two features on the pole for this one. For the Thunderstocks, Tyler French out of Belleville in the 26. Alongside him is Kyle Wirt from Ancaster in car number 19. Starting in third, Braden Burning in the 21Z. He's from Ohsweken. And Bryce Richardson lines up fourth. He's from Port Colborne in the 11R. Starting fifth out of Burlington, the 97, Ron Logie. To his outside in sixth, Christopher Hale from Guelph in the 79 machine. Starting seventh from Vittoria, the 84 RK, that's Ryan Beagle. And going off eighth at a Caister Center, Jim Lampman in the 28. Back in row number 5, Trevor DeBoer from Hagersville in the 23, and Donnie Lampman from Caister Center in the 28D. Starting 11th out of Hagersville, the 8 of Ryan Denning, alongside Dave Bailey, the defending champ out of Hagersville in the 49. Starting 13th with the roof reattached, the 427, that's Tim Phelan from Binbrook, alongside Melissa Miller in the 93 from Ohsweken. Steve Shaw starts 15th in car number 96. He's from Merlin, Ontario. And starting 16th, Go Fast People out of Thorold in car number 11. Going off 17th out of Jerseyville, it's Logan Schwedick in the 53. Alongside him in 18th out of Hamilton, the 07 Scott McPhail. Starting 19th from Dundas, the 24R, Rodney Rutherford, and Mark Fawcett from Canfield in the 32 starts 20th. And in the back starting spots, Mike Thorne in the 55. Travis Whittle in the 17W. Gord Grant in the 5G. Marcel Gadet in the 72. Mike Klazinga in the 93K. Trevor Watt in the 19T, Ken Sargent the 25, and Tyler LaFantasy in the 196. Green goes in the air as we go 20 laps for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
Well done, good sir. Kyle Wirt out in front in the 19 machine. Tyler French in the 26. Problems for Burning in the 21. He falls off the pace in turn 3. Dave Bailey just about catches a piece of him.
Burning will finally come to a stop on the high side of corner number 4, and that will put us under the caution flag. And kudos to everyone for getting by that happening.
Looks like they'll need a hook on the front end of the Burning 21 machine. That's the word from Doug Leonard, our race director.
Nice looking ride there. Another GSR machine.
Yeah, Braden and Teagan just started TNA Tobacco down on Highway 54. And what a great looking car they've done here. Thing looks amazing. Steve Lyons, another beautiful piece. We go out here and figure out what the problem is, guys.
Clinton Jeffrey heading over to have a closer look. What a shame. Braden had a great heat race earlier on tonight, and then a couple of hours to ponder how the night was going to go in the feature, and it didn't go for very long.
Now, here's the problem, Adam. They've torn a tie rod in the front, so he's obviously got some issues here. The right front pointing out to the right, but the left front still going straight. So all kinds of tie rod issues here on the 21, and that's the issue here.
Good call from Clinton Jeffrey assessing the situation. So they'll lift up that 21J, haul it back to the pit area. So how did they determine the feature? They must have redrew or drawn an invert, because Dave Bailey won heat race number 1 and then started in the 12th spot. Donnie Lampman won heat race number 3 and started in, yeah, they must have drawn an invert. Unless you said that and I missed it.
No, I did not.
But I usually try to catch when you say something that sounds intelligent.
I haven't said anything like that tonight.
No, I concur.
Next Friday night, 7:30 start time, Oakwood Transport presents Trucker Night at the races. And I believe there's a deal on that. We'll have to get Clint to confirm that a little bit later on. But Trucker Night at the races, duel on the dirt, home track point number 1 for the Thunderstocks and mini stocks, the 360s and crates also in action so all 4 divisions on a regular Friday night are all in action next Friday, 7:30, live here on G-Force. Please, we'd love to have you join us.
Clint, we're going to need a bigger screen up here in the tower for Greg. Poor Greg is trying to adjust to some new glasses.
Oh, we can do that.
He needs a bigger font.
Could I trade my Adam for a bigger font?
What would you do? You'd be so bored.
Yeah, because I don't have to pay the fonts.
There you go.
What, you get paid?
Well,
you won't be tonight.
Doug Leonard's taking yours.
Listen, it would not be us if we observe what there is to be observed.
Yeah, well, Lubeck's at the payout window wanting you as his defense attorney. Here we go. Green flag is on.
Green is out, and here we go again. We'll try it all over. Kyle Wirt, your leader, 3 wide behind that. Tyler French in the middle. He'll shoot into that second spot. Here comes Lampman, Jim Lampman on that outside line. Chris Hale, top 4, broken away. Ron Logie back there in 5th, had all sorts of problems in corner 4, gathers it back up.
Man, a number of these drivers are struggling with the bumps on the racetrack, trying to find a line where they're not so bad. Dave Bailey has gravitated to the very bottom of the racetrack, and as always, Dave Bailey right beside Ryan Beagle in the 84. They always seem to wind up in the same vicinity. But out in front, Kyle Wirt's doing a great job out in front in the 19 machine, running an outside line through 1 and 2 that looks relatively smooth.
And close call there with Bryce Richardson and Logan Schwedek. Schwedek gets back on track. Bailey, Beagle, Logie. Seemed like those 3 were all connected last year a lot. And here comes Bailey and Beagle trying to work their way up through the field. Bailey to the inside of Trevor DeBoer right now.
Bryce Richardson going to call it a night in that 11 machine. He's headed towards the pit entrance, and he's rolling slow up the outside of the racetrack. He's mostly out of harm's way. It looks like he's going to make it to the pits.
It's Kyle Wirt, Jim Lampman, Chris Hale, your top 3, Ryan Denning.
Back there in car number 8, riding in the 4th spot. Then it's Donnie Lampman, Trevor DeBoer, and Dave Bailey, the defending champ. Not able to get by Trevor DeBoer.
Man, Chris Hale just slid across the back bumper of Jim Lampman in the 28 to work to the outside. You couldn't have slid a credit card between those bumpers, but I don't know that he hit him.
Chris Hale into that 2nd spot. I believe, did he not pick up the big win at the end of the year at Humberstone? Our last broadcast last year.
I think he did, but
the night before was the big win by Craig Hanley on the last lap, but I think it was Chris Hale that picked up the big win, and here he is, bringing Ryan Dinning with him. Dinning was a couple of cars off this battle between Hale and Lampman, and now he's caught them. He's right in the thick of it as they're all trying to catch Kyle Wirt.
Yeah, Kyle Wirt's doing a great job right now. Last lap through 3 and 4, I watched Tim Phelan. I think he almost rolled that car over, catching one of the ruts wrong.
Rut wrong.
Rut row. Rut wrong.
Kyle Wirt, Ryan Dinning, Chris Hale, top 3 right now. And then you've got the Lampmans 4th and 5th. Dave Bailey up to the 6th spot. He has gotten by Trevor DeBoer. Ryan Beagle not climbing towards the front like I would have expected. Usually when Dave Bailey works his way, Ryan Beagle's right there in the back bumper, follows him the whole way.
I would say, but Ron Loki as well has fallen back in that 97 machine. So a few things are different here tonight than what we saw last season.
Here's the battle for the lead, Dinning and Wirt.
Where did Dinning come from? He was about 10 car lengths behind the last time I looked at the leader, and then he's beside him.
He's really been quickly picking spots and track position up as here he comes to the inside. He'll lead the lap. Put Kyle Wirt back to 2nd. Ryan Dinning, no slouch when it comes to this division. He's got a number of wins in the Thunderstock.
23 feature wins to his credit, Greg.
3rd all-time on the list. Actually tied for 2nd with A.J. Lewis.
Looking good to get one more. He hit that bump hard in turn 1. Here comes Kyle Wirt looking to the outside. Dinning leaves just enough room to the high side for Wirt to slide in there, but Dinning is really good through 3 and 4.
Super smooth is Ryan Dinning in car number 8. Working on the back end of Mark Fawcett to put him a lap down. Wirt in 2nd, and then the battle for the 3rd spot is Dave Bailey's gotten by both Lampmans. He's there on the back bumper of Chris Hale with 5 laps left to go for Ryan Dinning.
Mark Fawcett going a lap down is not something we saw much of last season, that's for sure, as Dinning works to the inside. He's opened up a gap of nearly half a straightaway over Kyle Wirt. Wirt's got about 10 car lengths over Chris Hale with Dave Bailey working the inside in that 49. Bailey, it's been a late race charge because he was nowhere the first 10 laps of this one.
Ryan Dinning works down the back stretch, lengthening his lead on Kyle Wirt. As we're going to start a parking lot down here in Victory Lane as Go Fast Teeple now pulls in behind Tyler French.
Teeple down the inside towards Quick Victory Lane, but it's not that kind of night for him. Ryan Dinning out in front. It looks like Kyle Wirt might be closing in just a little bit, and the yellow flag is going to fly.
Man, that one shot, I thought Abby was almost going to fly into the passenger side window of Dinning's car. He was so close. When it comes to drones, we have the best of the best.
You aren't kidding.
Announcing crew, maybe not so much, but drone work?
Hey, you ever notice the drone's never gone out on the stream, but the announcing has? they know what's important. Their priorities are in the right places.
Abby's crashed a couple.
Fair enough.
Hey, just want to talk about the leader. This number 8 car without all the graphics on it, this Ryan Dinning machine, is a new Todd Gordon build over the winter. I was just talking to Ken Sargent, who was stuck here in the infield with a flat left rear. Just see the teammate pass him there as Ken makes his way back to the pits. But, yeah, brand new build for Ryan Dinning. It's a Doug Gordon chassis. and Sergeant told me they put a lot of work into that over the winter, and happy to see it run well on opening night.
Well, as we said, I mean, Dinning has won 23 feature events. That's more than a season's worth of features. So he knows how to get it done. Hasn't quite had the equipment to do it the last couple of years.
Well, A.J. Lewis moving on to sprint cars, right? So he will assume second place all time with his next feature win.
But this one's far from over. A late race restart. Dave Bailey's up there in third. Chris Hale's fourth with a lot of speed.
Look at us both trying to avoid the announcer's curse on the 8 car.
You got that right. We've already seen it this season. Last week at Sunset, I forget what we were talking about, but it happened fast.
Look at the mini stocks tonight. Who predicted Kyle Rothwell and Clinton Barrick to take each other out?
Teammates, no less.
That was a solid hip check, too.
Hey, I just want to address what Rob Neely said. You know, we need better track prep. I mean, the guys did everything they could. First night out, we are expecting it to break up a little bit. Rougher than obviously anybody on the track crew would want. Still getting through it, though. I've seen worse nights here, but it gives us a lot to work with, guys. And we talked about it earlier in the Case IH track report. It was going to have to settle. We were going to have some issues to deal with and smooth over to polish for next week. But all in all, Zigger, Ricky, Glenn, and the rest of the crew did a good job to get this one together.
You know, Clint, you can't expect. We put microphones in the faces of drivers when they don't necessarily want microphones in front of them. And we've always said things, you know, the comments I made about the mini stock feature. We never shy away from what's going on. So you can expect Rob Neely to be a little upset, and that's going to affect how he talks. If you were talking in victory lane, you know, the track's still just as rough, but those comments probably aren't going to come up the way they did. But that's part of the show we put on. We immerse people all the way into what's going on the racetrack, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I didn't expect there to be such a dramatic pause after that.
I wasn't sure if you were done.
That's where we don't throw you a life preserver. We just let you bob away in the ocean.
I was kind of thinking the same thing. Let him float, drown, whatever.
I see how it is. Rodney Rutherford with a move to the inside in that 24 machine. Green flag flies. 3 laps to go. Ryan Dinning out in front. Looked like Dave Bailey was going to make a move on Kyle Wirt, but Wirt cut a nice turn in 1 and 2, and he's challenging the race leader.
2 to go. Ryan Dinning, Kyle Wirt, and Dave Bailey right behind him looking to steal this one away. Sure enough, here comes Bailey when it counts. He's down to the inside of the 8 machine. Wirt all sorts of sideways down the backstretch.
Wirt sends it into 3 and 4 deep. Ryan Dinning on the outside of Dave Bailey. Bailey goes around. The yellow flag is out.
Tim Phelan goes around in the 427, puts us back under the caution.
So they did not complete that lap. It'll be Ryan Dinning, followed by Kyle Wirt, followed by Dave Bailey.
With how many to go?
I would say 2 laps to go, Clinton. This is a green-white checkered.
All right, I'll give that to you.
And, you know, I didn't mean to cause hell, but you really do need to know, because on dirt racing, I always thought you throw the green and the white together. If you've got 1 lap left.
Greg, I swear he was going, on dirt, we don't have a finish line.
No,
I know, right?
No, that's an argument for another night. But I didn't think we did a green-white checker overtime. I thought on dirt you throw the green and the white together. If the yellow comes out on the last lap, when you restart the race, green and the white come out together.
Oh, I hope we never have a start-finish line. That'll be the stupidest thing in dirt racing. I'm sorry.
You know what, Greg? No one's going to take that crown from you.
It's dumb. You want my opinion on something? A start-finish line at a dirt track is dumb.
Greg. No, I think we should guess at who wins. I think it's way better to not be sure.
Oh, my goodness.
Just make an arbitrary decision.
Greg, do you want to sit down on Race Talk this week and feed it to him?
Not if he's going to be there. I don't want to talk any more than I have to tonight.
Here we go. 2 laps to go.
Ryan Dinning. looking to go into second place all time on the win list in the Thunderstock division. Bailey and Wirt.
He defended the move of Dave Bailey, but not the move of Kyle Wirt. Wirt to the outside. He'll try to close the door on that number 8. Dave Bailey is lurking as well. This time the white flag comes out. We're into the final lap.
Wirt leads it. Bailey, Dinning, side by side. Dinning got a little sideways off a two, but a good launch off the corner as they go down the backstretch. Can Wirt hold them both off?
What a finish we're in for. Kyle Wirt brings him off at turn number 4. He'll take the win. Dinning for second, Dave Bailey third, then it's Hale and Donnie Lampman rounding out the top 5. What a race in the Thunderstock division. And I thought I made a good funny there, and you just plowed right through it.
What was it?
You said that'd be the stupidest thing in dirt racing, and I said no one's going to take that crown from you.
Oh, I did miss that. You're right. But it would be. I mean, how long has dirt racing been going on? Mm-hmm. And how many times have we needed a start-finish line?
Because there wasn't transponder scoring.
You know what ruins good sports?
Bad announcers.
Bad announcers. And more rules.
They used to go
more
by
layers. More blah, 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 blah. This is grassroots.
The
Let's
human
just
eye.
enjoy grassroots dirt racing with no start-finish line. Stop pretending we have to fix
I love
this.
that you're fired up. You're hangry.
It was more entertaining when you guys fought over pizza instead of race rules, but now Adam's all spelt.
Back in the day,
oh, here we go.
People would use their eyes. The starter. Hey, who won the race? Let's go to the flag.
So would the announcers to know who won. Welcome back to the Greg, Clinton, and Adam show, everybody. We're so glad to be back.
I like the new Greg.
Angry Greg.
I've been holding that one in since last August.
Did you get visited by a squirrel?
He was rabid.
Well, guys, 2 hours of rain. I never thought we'd be here, but final feature of the night, rolling out.
Well done by everybody involved. These drivers have their work cut out for them, Greg.
I'm not talking to you anymore. No. 25 laps the distance for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Car. Starting on the pole for this one out of Scotland in car number 47X is D-Dubs Dylan Westbrook. Lining up second out of Dorchester in car number 1 is Holly Porter. And starting in third, first of our rookies in the field out of Hamilton in car number 19D, it's Alan Downey. Alongside him, a heat race win here tonight out of Brantford in car number 10, it's Downtown Mitch Brown. Going off fifth out of Scotland in the 87X, that'll be Sean Evans, and to his outside from Beamsville, the 88H of Josh Hansen. Starting seventh out of Dunville in car number 15, the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals winner 1 year ago, it's Ryan Turner. Alongside him, his brother from Tilsonburg, the champion from 2022 in the 17X, it's Corey Turner. Lining up ninth out of Inbrook in car number 9, the live wire, Liam Martin, and his outside from Niagara Falls in car number 70, it's Bailey Hurd. Starting 11th out of Ohsweken, the 77T, that's Tyler Paulus. To his outside, the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car number 0, he'll start 12th. 13th starting position out of Thamesford in car number 7, it's Eric Gledhill. And rolling off 14th from here in Ohsweken, it's Aaron Turkey in the 68. 15th starting spot from Freelton, the 12 Double D, that is Darren Dryden. Alongside him, the champion, the crate sprints a year ago in the 49L from Brantford, Lucas Smith. Starting 17th out of Grimsby, car number 90, that is Travis Cunningham. Alongside him from Brampton, the 70 M&M, it's Dave McKnight Jr. Starting at 19th out of St. Williams, the 21 is John Burbridge, and his outside from Grand Island, New York, the 21K, Kyle Phillips. Starting 21st out of St. Catharines, that'll be the 46 of Kevin Pauls, and going off 22nd out of Wilsonville, the 94X, it's Scott Hall.
Hey, yo.
Starting 23rd at a Caister Center in the 11, it's Jamie Turner, and going off 24th at a London, the 15F, that's Mike Farrell, and starting 25th with that infraction after the qualifying heats out of St. Catharines, the 71, Mike Bowman. 25 cars, 25 laps, race number 1 for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack merchandising sprint cars.
Stellar lineup of cars. Great field of race cars this year. I was impressed with Bailey Hurd in his qualifying heat earlier on. You know, we talk about some of the bigger teams. We talk about different drivers. Bailey Hurd is one who's been right on the verge of being up there to battle for top 5, top 3 finishes.
That team has the smallest shop, the biggest heart. And you like to see them have good runs, and Bailey Hurd having that here tonight.
And Bailey has great hair.
Yes, he does. Very jealous.
So, did Holly Porter get pushed back to the pits? I don't think her car fired.
Yes, Holly Porter's in the pit. She's on the 2-minute clock. There's about 30 seconds to go. That's why we're still under yellow here. The car did not fire properly. The other one who did not make the call is the Farrell 15. So Farrell is not out here in the 15 as well. So that will make us 24 starters if Holly can make it back out.
The high five fifth place finisher tonight will get an award courtesy of Peter and Chuck Hogturk, Remax agents. And tonight's 13th place finisher gets a special prize from Speed 87.
Lucky 13.
White flag is out. Final feature of the night, the Strickland GMC pace truck ready to pull off on the backstretch. Dylan Westbrook, Mitch Brown on the front row. Dave Hunsinger with the green flag in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation. They literally rumble, bumble, stumble down into corners 1 and 2. It is a rocky ride to the entry, and here they go. It's D-Dubs out in front on lap number 1.
They made it through clean in 1 and 2, and then again in 3 and 4. It was a little dicey for a couple of our competitors, but they managed to get through there. Everybody doing what they need to do as Dylan Westbrook leads the way over Mitch Brown and Josh Hansen in the 88 running third.
Mitch Brown really solid in his qualifying heat tonight. He's got pressure now from Josh Hansen on the inside in that J&E recovery number 88H. Boy, they were close going into 3.
Gledhill in the number 7 got all out of shape in turn 1. That allowed Lucas Smith to go by. Aaron Turkey goes by in the 68.
Leader D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook into corner 3, now rolling off the 4th corner. He's got a good size advantage already over Josh Hansen. Oh, roll over! Liam Martin up and over hard.
Martin getting launched in turns 3 and 4. The car coming to rest on its side. Safety crew there within seconds. And obviously Liam Martin talking to the safety crew. They must have felt that he's with his senses, so they'll bring the car. They talk to the driver because they won't move that car if there's a chance the driver is injured. So once the driver talks to them and they feel confident, they'll put the car back on all 4 so the driver can start to get out. We'll let Clinton Jeffrey catch his breath for a minute.
Yeah, Liam's down here. He's taking his gear off inside the car, guys, so he'll just take a minute to get out. We'll get him picked up here. Holly Porter trying to make it on the track, but she could not come out. She did not take the original green, guys.
No, standard rule in just about all forms of short track racing. You got to take the original green or you can't make it onto the track. There's Liam Martin out of the car surveying the damage.
Got our camera guy over here. Liam, tough roll there, man. You said that was a hard hit. The car, the wings don't look good. The tail tank's pushed up, but a lot of the geometry is still good. It looks like it rolls, so it could have been a lot worse. Are you okay?
Yeah, it could have been worse. I was just really unfortunate. Obviously, it was a big bump, and I caught it, and I rode it out. hopefully the car's all right. It's definitely probably bent, but we're going to give her hell next week.
There you have it from Liam Martin, one of the electrifying guys we got out here. Does a great job week in, week out, guys.
Of course, Dan Nanicoke and Steve Lyons, the owners of that race team. As we have a replay from the far end, yeah, just one hop and it dug in and took a few flips in the air before coming to rest. Taylor, to answer your question, so the 2 minutes were given. Taylor's question is, how did she get 2 minutes when the original green was never waved yet? Because when the field was set to go, they would have gone one to go for the original start. That's when race director Doug Leonard starts the 2 minute clock. That's why they ran about 3 extra pace laps. Once that 2 minutes is up from the time they would have given the one to go, then they give the one to go. And Holly Porter was not able to make it onto the racetrack, missed the original start, so she cannot rejoin the field. Is that about correct, Greg?
Sounds good to me.
You know, it's a fair rule for everybody because it is black and white. It's the same one they'll use on a yellow flag or a red flag when a car goes to the work area. Mitch Brown being pushed off the racetrack into the pits. So that's a driver who was running in the top 3. Sorry, top 5.
Well, right before Liam went over, I thought there was some sort of an incident there with Mitch Brown. And then my attention got quickly turned to Liam flipping, but so he may have gotten tangled up with someone there.
And there's no doubt about it. These are challenging track conditions for these drivers. Springtime dirt track. Sort of the nature of the beast.
But, guys, the difference we've got here is Glenn Stiers, right? He's out there. He's going to talk to the crew. You can bet you'll see massive improvements next week as they will figure out what they have to tweak here. But as you mentioned, a lot of rain. I talked about it earlier. I said last Wednesday, I would not have bet we would have been practicing last Friday, but the crew got it all together. I mean, all of these interior blocks, all the outside hay bales, none of that was in place last Wednesday. And here we are ready to rock for opening night tonight.
And you mentioned it earlier during your Case IH track report. There's just a couple of spots they start as ruts. But as the cars tear through them, there's a lot of force being put on this clay racetrack by the race cars when they throw these cars into the corners and work through the corners. So what starts as a little rut, it just gets deeper and deeper and more exaggerated with every lap. 150 race cars competed tonight. That's a lot of cars pounding on this racetrack, and only a few spots that were real problems, but they grew larger as the night went on.
There's a reason the ruts are there, because it's the fast way, and it amazes me that the drivers, even though they have these areas that are rough spots, they'll flirt with them. You talked about that earlier, but they flirt with those areas because they know they need to go there to be quick, and that's why I'm not a race car driver, because I'd be off where it's nice and smooth and safe and not going fast. But that's the difference between winning and losing.
No, it is so. Every driver out there right now is making the decision. You know, do I want to be out here? If you've got a car that's not 100%, quite honestly, maybe you do say, hey, I'm going to cut my losses this week and I'll be back next week. But I promise you, most of the cars that are on this racetrack, if not all of them, are going to take this restart because they're here to race. And they know the crew does the best job that they possibly can.
There's your leader, Dylan Westbrook. Back full-time here at the Big O in 2023. Started up his own automotive repair shop.
Where is his shop? Is it in Scotland?
I assume it is, but I don't know.
I'm not sure either, but good for him. Young man starting a business. He's got his head on straight.
Guys, just got a report from the tech garage. Ryan Dinning did not make technical inspection. Something wrong with the ignition on the car, so improper ignition coil or something like that has taken the podium spot away from Ryan Dinning.
Almost fortunate he didn't win tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would hurt a lot more for sure.
It's going to happen. Do it this way.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to go home, know they were fast, fix up what they got to get squared away, and be ready to roll.
Should make mention Southern Ontario Sprints set to race at Brighton Speedway tomorrow. Now, obviously, there is the weather forecast that needs to be kept in mind, but the SOS trying to get their season started after the opener at Merrittville Speedway was canceled at the Spring Sizzler.
It's an ongoing battle with Mother Nature. Now, Clint, forgive my stupidity. Will these be double file restarts or are we single file tonight?
These are double file with a choose rule, guys. So we'll see how Doug administers this for the first time. So when they come around, once the lineup is good, they will get to right here in our Cargo Ease restart zone. They will have to clearly indicate whether they want to be high or low on the lane when they come through the Cargo Ease restart zone, probably the next time. So we'll watch for Doug to make the call and watch who goes high. Now, the new rule, guys, is if the top four go to the bottom and you're the fifth place car, you have every right to drive up to the outside of that front row. So we'll see if they double file it off or if a bunch take the top and somebody gets the inside. We'll watch and see how it happens.
You're decisive what you're choosing.
So he's just told Dylan Westbrook out of the barn here, make sure you choose. Make it clear and decisive whether you're going high or low.
We'll watch as it happens from our vantage point. Looks like Westbrook is going low. Josh Hansen is clearly high. Alan Downey's chosen the outside. Corey Turner to the inside. Bailey Hurd outside. Ryan Turner inside. It's a little bit more ragged as they venture further back in the field, but I think that was a pretty good first attempt, Clint.
Not bad, not bad. We'll get better. And it was their first time doing it as well. So this is going to bring some new added excitement. Double file restarts all the way through till 5 to go. And every driver gets to choose whether they want to start on the inside or the outside. Getting ready to come back to green, guys.
Dylan Westbrook down low in the 47. Josh Hansen on the outside in the 88.
Green flag back in the air. Corey Turner down to the inside of Josh Hansen on that restart as he keeps it close to the blocks. Darren Dryden goes around in the bumps there, but manages to keep it upright, and we'll go back into the caution flag. There we see Darren Dryden's 12 DD. HumberviewParts.ca now on the car. 3M.
We'll go back to the chat because we're getting some very good questions. Do you need a visual mark like a cube for the choose rule? My answer to that is no, because we're not. If you watch the NASCAR Cup Series, it is a finite line, finite marks, because they have the capacity to do that. I will agree you don't have the capacity on a dirt track to put a mark on the track that will stay there. So I think just the way they've done it, exiting turn 4, drivers can choose inside or outside. But what we saw happen outside of the top 5 is they stopped being very obvious about it.
Decisive.
It was hard to tell if someone was choosing inside or outside, and that's what you really need.
And we may go to a cone in that spot, guys. We were just going to try it and see if it would work. Now, another part of that rule, we went double file restarts. We had a caution. So we couldn't get the race started. We'll go single file now. Next restart, we'll try double file with the choose again. If it doesn't fire off, Doug will go single file. Make sense?
You have to commend the staff. So you have to commend Clinton, Jeffrey, Glenn Steyer.
I know it pains you to say it. But
I know it does. But for trying things, right? You don't make progress without at least attempting change, looking at change, and this is something that excites race fans. Warren Patterson suggests use a drone like Bristol. I didn't see the point of the drone at Bristol. Like, it just seemed to me it was quite a gimmick. Got a lot of chatter.
77 of Tyler Palace stopped on the inside of turn number 2, guys. That was for safety concerns. It was either his belt or something like that, so he has pulled over. They have agreed it is a safety issue. He will get his spot back.
Another driver who looked good in his qualifying heat out there today. I mean, the fact that we've got such a stout crate sprint car division, every division here is stout. It makes the learning curve much, much quicker for a driver to come in, because you either get up to speed or you're just lost forever. So they tend to get up to speed in a hurry here. But Tyler Paulus looked good in his heat. Bailey Hurd looked good. We're growing more and more stars in each of our divisions. Slow and steady for Dylan Westbrook. The field stacks up behind the race leader in the 47X.
So single file pass to restart come. A 4 on the board, 21 to go. Green flag up in the air. D-Dubs will lead them down the front stretch.
Everyone makes it through turn 1. We look back, Dylan Westbrook exiting turn 4. Josh Hansen, a handful of car lengths behind. Alan Downey up in the 3rd spot in that 19 machine. Good run for Alan Downey.
Yeah, he's looked right at home here in the 360s and running strong. Here comes Ryan Turner down to his inside, the winner last September in the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. And here comes Corey Turner right behind Ryan Turner.
Ryan Turner going to get on by. Corey Turner still looking for racing room there to get around Alan Downey. Here comes Bailey Hurd as well. Fantastic battle for 4th and 5th. The loser going to have 6th spot in the race.
Josh Hansen holding down a solid 2nd place right now. Ryan Turner in that 3rd position. Whoa, Ryan Turner just bicycled it down there in corner number 1. And Bailey Hurd has found something on that outside line. He goes to the outside of Alan Downey looking for the spot.
Bailey Hurd, like we said, holding a pretty wheel here tonight, drives his way into the top 5, runs a little lower on the racetrack in 1 and 2 as Aaron Turkey almost sends it off the banking in turn 2.
Lucas Smith now challenging on Alan Downey, so a couple of the crate sprint car drivers there mashed together, along with Eric Gledhill, who's into the thick of it as Downey goes up the hill, comes back down behind Aaron Turkey.
Lucas Smith had already committed to the bottom and done a great job, and then had nobody to race with as Alan Downey was up and off the end of the bank.
Right rear. Breaks off for Lucas Smith. And it's going to make its way right to the entryway of the pit area.
Thank goodness that right rear settled down before going out into the parking lot, because those pack a punch.
Or through Glenn's front window.
So Lucas Smith's night is going to come to a premature end. We'll have a look at this replay. Oh, that would have added insult to injury.
That's what I thought was going to happen. Was it was going to come right down on his car, but that thing bounces for a long time. It looks like it's going to stop there.
It's a pretty heavy rubber ball.
Well, guys, down here you can see, I'm not sure if you're seeing it, but this the hub has broken off. So as we pull some of the mud out of here, you can see this is a lightweight hub. It should have the ears up here and the wheels will bolt on, but you can see it has broken the center. Actually, that's the center of the wheel. So here's your locking nut that locks the wheel in. That's actually part of the rim. So the center of the rim has come out of it, guys.
You know, and that's another time tonight when this would often send a car into a violent flip. Thankfully, it did not. Lucas Smith probably doesn't feel all too thankful just at the moment, but
Are you going to want your 2 minutes? You broke the hub on the wheel. He's done, Doug. He says no.
Well, there you heard it. He will not take his 2 minutes in the
Sorry,
pit.
guys. Didn't realize I was still live there.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, that was good.
Yeah, so Lucas has said no. He's done. He's got a flat left front as well, guys. So right rear down and a left front gone on that car. Tough break for his 360 debut, but did not look intimidated at all.
no, he sure didn't. The newbie's looking pretty good. Alan Downey, Lucas Smith, Eric Gledhill, Mike Bowman in the 71, Darren Dryden in the 12. And because we went more than one lap, of course, we go back to a double file restart. So this will be exciting, getting down into 1 and 2. A white flag next time by, the Sovereign Fusion. Nitro 54, number 47X of Dylan Westbrook will lead them again to the green flag, but he will be flanked by Josh Hansen in that 88.
Ryan Turner's been making some moves here, so I wouldn't count him out just yet. He's up to the 3rd spot now. How about Eric Gledhill, top 5 right now in his first start in this division? Here we go, back to the green. D-Dubs on the hammer. Hansen didn't get the start he wanted, and whoa, close call there with Corey Turner and Eric Gledhill.
Ryan Turner got a nice launch. He'll work around the inside of Josh Hansen, maintain that spot off of turn number 4, so move Ryan Turner to the 2nd position.
Dylan Westbrook sails it down the backstretch. This time by, I believe, the cross flags from Dave Hunsinger. We are halfway home. Turner. That's Ryan Turner in 2nd over Hansen. Corey Turner right now in 3rd, catches in 4th, catches a bump down there, and Bailey Hurd will scoot by into 4th.
Bailey Hurd seems to have found a groove that's fairly smooth out there on the racetrack. It might not be the fastest line, but it's predictable for him.
Well, that's the thing. You wonder if you're almost better to find that safe and smooth groove where you're not losing momentum with the bobbles constantly.
Well, we're going to find out. He's gained some spots, he's lost some spots, but he's keeping the car in one piece. Dylan Westbrook out in front, but Ryan Turner right behind him. Turner looking to the inside.
Down to the inside, off a corner for Westbrook. Shoots back by him as they go down in corner number 1. Turner doesn't get the run that he needs. Caution flag out. Wheel off on the 87.
What on earth is going on with wheels
Sean
tonight?
Evans. And there we go. They stopped it. This could be a fun sport. Push truck soccer. Left rear.
We've had everything. We've had a right front, a right rear, a left rear. Clinton,
Well, this one
Jeffrey.
just simply fell off.
A detailed report by Clinton Jeffrey. But sometimes it's just that simple.
Look at here, guys. Nothing wrong with the wheel. All the splines are good. Center's in it. It just simply fell off. So here's where there's supposed to be a locking nut on here. It is backed out without the safety gear. Wheel fell off.
Man.
Oof. Darren Dryden just about ate that one, but takes evasive action.
I guess coming off the corner is a better place to lose it than going into a corner.
I would think so.
If you're looking for a silver lining. So the Instapanel Sty Tree Service number 87X will get the hook. And we'll still have 9 laps left to settle this one. Clearly the Weather Network has no idea what they're talking about.
For 25 years, more than 25 years, been coming here to Ohsweken Speedway. I don't know if it's the Grand River. I don't know
Hang
what
on.
it is.
So, Sean, you said you don't have anybody to blame. Why is that?
I tightened that wheel myself, so I'm going to say it broke. Something broke.
He's going to say it broke, but it didn't break. And he said, man, I don't even have anybody to blame. I put the wheel on myself.
Well, it's tough to find an honest race car driver. That's impressive. But Greg, for 25 years, on nights that it looked like there was no way the rain is split either way of the racetrack, and there's other nights where you think you are going to get the show in, and the rain settles
That's
in.
just it. Most of the rainouts here have been on nights where I thought, we'll be fine. And then it wasn't.
And you can't trust a forecast.
No.
You know, last year, was it opening night last year, the one night that got canceled because the forecast was basically 100% chance of rain?
Well, we needed that rain out too last year, so we kind of played in. But like I said, anybody who asked me this week or today, that kind of set the tone for us that from here on out, if Glenn's rock ain't wet, we're going to keep racing. So today, it rained a lot, but the rock's still dry here in the infield, guys. Just to touch upon the guaranteed 2 minutes of the work area. Within 10 laps to go, there's no guaranteed time, so they will get the 87X back, but I don't think he's going to get time to get it fixed, guys. No guarantees on the 2 minutes within 10 to go. And that is a new rule.
Okay, there you go. Double file restart. Dylan Westbrook down low. Ryan Turner up high in the 15. There was a time here where if Dylan Westbrook took the lead of a sprint car race, you could go to your car and go home. Like he was going to win. So this is something else to see Ryan Turner close in on that 47X and make it a battle. Exciting stuff here at Ohsweken with 9 laps to go.
Packed tight together, ready to go to the green flag off of corner number 4. Who's going to get the good start here? Dylan definitely got a good jump as Ryan Turner tries to dive back down low. He and Josh Hansen caught that bump but stayed tucked in, and here comes Turner down to the inside of T-Dubs.
Turner's getting amazing drive off the corner as we see cars deeper in the top 10 really battling with those ruts. Dylan Westbrook out in front, but Turner, big drive off of 2, and he'll drive it deep into 3.
Yeah, off of 2 and into 3, that's where Ryan Turner shines, and then off of 4, it's a different story as Dave McKnight pulls it down to the infield.
And Turner's running high enough through 1 and 2 to kind of miss the nasty bumps on the inside. So running a smart line is Ryan Turner, but the exit of turn 2 to the center of 3 and 4 is where he's really able to attack.
Losing ground now to the 47X as the leader's catching Kevin Pauls in the 46 machine. Josh Hansen, Corey Turner right now in the fight for the 3rd spot.
Dylan Westbrook to the inside of Kevin Pauls, dispatches of him. Now Ryan Turner going to do the same thing on the bottom. That traffic works a little bit better for Ryan Turner than it did for Westbrook.
4 laps left to go for leader Dylan Westbrook as he begins to pull away from Ryan Turner. Josh Hansen in the 3rd spot. Then it's Corey Turner in 4th. 5th is Eric Gledhill. 6th, Bailey Hurd. Aaron Turkey's worked his way up to 7th. Tyler Powless, 8th. 9th right now, Travis Cunningham, and 10th, Alan Downey.
Westbrook closing in on the back end of Scott Hall as they work off a turn number 4. 2 laps to go.
Westbrook slips by Scott Hall, up the banking in 2, back down the backstretch he goes, this time by to the white flag. Ryan Turner throwing at it one more time, but he's running out of time.
Down into turn 1, last lap. Westbrook clears Kevin Pauls to the inside. Look at Ryan Turner close the gap. Problem for Dylan Westbrook on the backstretch.
Off of corner number 4, Ryan Turner's going to pick up the upset win. Dylan Westbrook,
3rd.
Well, if we'd had a start-finish line, we'd know for sure, but
3/100ths of a second.
Ryan Turner picks up the win.
When you make sense, you make sense, Greg.
Ryan Turner. Wow. Dylan Westbrook went through corner number 2 and had no steam. And Turner sails on by. He'll head down to Quick Victory Lane as Dylan Westbrook trying to get the car righted down there.
Yeah, he just about took out the Quick sign in Victory Lane. Down into 1 and 2. The car's fine up to speed, and then it just didn't have any giddy up. Unless he thought that was the checkered flag and he let up, but I would think Dylan would generally have the wherewithal. Most sprint car racers race the lap after the checkered flag, Greg, sort of a just-in-case type thing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making the trip out to Ohsweken Speedway tonight. What did you think of that show?
Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky here to celebrate the win tonight for Ryan Turner.
Exciting finishes in many of our races tonight, but mostly the determination of the teams, the staff to get the show in. And
well, you fans that came here tonight and didn't care about what the forecast said, you're the smart ones. You took the chance and came. We thank you for that. And you got to see a great night of racing action.
Well, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Turner out of the number 15 Nitro 54 machine, your feature winner. Ryan will climb up on the top wing there and salute the fans. How about it for Ryan Turner? Picks up the opening night feature win here. Ryan Turner gets it done. Ryan, a good start to your season, but Westbrook had you covered, man. He broke something in the front end on the last lap, and what were you thinking when you come flying by him down into 3?
I honestly wasn't sure if it was the checker or the white, because obviously I thought he might have took a cool down lap. Sometimes you just got to be there to get the win, and this is one of those tracks where it's more of an endurance thing than it is actually being fast, and he definitely has coverage, so that's unlucky for him, but hey, we'll take the misfortune this time.
Track's a bit trying tonight, but it always is early in the spring, first night out, but you guys made it. Talk about it.
Yeah, honestly, they've done an awesome job, just to get in the condition it is. If you saw it a couple weeks ago, obviously there was a lot of struggles, and no, they've done a really good job to get it good.
All right, Ryan Turner gets it done on opening night. Let's get over here.
And I'd just like to thank my crew, especially Brandon. Brandon, works his butt off on this. Dan, Braden, my wife, the twins. Al was helping us in the back. Steve Lyons, a whole bunch of people. Thank you, Clint.
Ryan Turner gets it done. We'll get over here and talk to second place Josh Hansen. Josh, you had a solid run, and you're going to be a contender in this division. Last year, you really showed some brilliance. How are you feeling coming into opening night?
Felt pretty good. That was definitely one of the most physically grueling races, just trying to survive there and trying to figure out which hole to hit properly and trying to hit them straight. We survived and take a good second, good start to the year for the points, and I just can't thank everyone that makes it happen. Nathan Acklin, Julie Swayze, J&E Recovery, Nisco. Thank all the crew. Got to give a good shout out to John. Him and I've worked day and night every week, and I can always count on him to show up. And got to thank everyone else, Mom, Dad, all the other boys that help out in the pits. Couldn't do it without them.
Right on, there's Josh Hansen. Adam, we'll turn it over to you for a minute. We'll try and get over here and get a word with Dylan Westbrook and find out what went wrong on the run into the 47X.
I think Ryan Turner said it best, Greg. Given what they had to work with, given where the track was, pretty good outcome. Pretty good product out there tonight.
Well, guys, I got Dylan Westbrook here. Dylan, the front end not so good on the 47. What happened here? We'll try and show it. Maybe you can point out to the fans at home what went wrong on your car here.
Well, at about lap 12, I think it was on that last second last or last restart. I thought my right rear tire was going down, so kept on trying to warm it up and knew something was wrong. And as you can see, the tie rod is completely bent, so I can only turn the wheels about half an inch, and the right front torsion arm is missing.
Come around here, Jack. We'll show you what this is. So these are torsion front ends, and if you look right here, guys, the right front torsion bar is gone. There should be a whole arm here that holds that up, and the stop and the arm and everything are gone. So still a good recovery, D-Dubs. Welcome back. You had him covered. Third place with that front end is still a great finish.
Yeah, thank you. I was I seen the white flag, and I thought it was the checkered, so I slowed down, but I was getting a little scared of driving the car like that. It was pretty unpredictable.
Right on. How about a hand for your top three? Dylan Westbrook third, second, Josh Hansen, and your feature winner on opening night, Ryan Turner. Guys, I think that's going to finish it down from here. We'll talk to some of the other winners from tonight, next week. And that's going to wrap up our first G-Force Live broadcast of the season.
Thanks, Clinton. Don't forget Sunday night APC series right here on G-Force TV. Tune into that. Next Friday night we'll be live here at 7:30 from the Big O. That'll wrap things up. Thanks for everyone that came and watched here in the grandstands and all those that tuned in live on G-Force TV. We thank each and every one of you for being a part of the show here tonight. So on behalf of the entire Steyers family, the staff, and all the officials that make things happen here on a Friday night, and on behalf of Clinton, Jeffrey, Adam Ross, my name's Greg Kellman saying so long. We'll see you next week back here on G-Force TV.